Chapter 219 Kellet Auction House 2. Tisk. Uncle isn't fair. Right, Chirpy. Sesha held Nike in her arm with a frustrated face. Her red cheeks puffed up like balloons. When Sesha first found out that she had an uncle, she was elated. Her uncle was generous, like she imagined her dad would be, and he made a lot of delicious food for her. And sometimes, he secretly gave her snacks when Brahm wasn't looking. The thing called cotton candy that he made for her was so good that she kept on begging for it, but he was really unfair when he said he wouldn't make more because she would get cavities. But she was still grateful to him for responding to her and reading her bedtime stories. But these days, it was extremely rare to meet her uncle. He said something about being busy with things. And seeing how Brahm was also focusing on it, it seemed like it was actually really important. Because Sesha was brighter than other kids her age, she caught on that what they were doing was for her. So in front of Yi and Wu and Brahm, she pretended like she was fine. But it wasn't like all her boredom completely disappeared, either. She was still a child, not even 10 years old yet. She was just a child who wanted to play. Of course, she wasn't as bored as she was on the 21st floor. Adora often came to play with her, and the one-horned tribe people adored her. At first, they were scary because they had horns, but after realizing they were all kind people, she was able to get along with them just fine. And she was able to make friends with people her age. There were even boys that fought over her. More than anything, she met her best friend, Nike. He was a friend that listened to everything she said. Nike was so cute that Sesha always took him with her wherever she went. Nike sighed at being treated like a doll, but sometimes, he felt empty when he wasn't in Sesha's arms. And there were things that he had to correct sometimes too. Sesha, I'm not Chirpy, call me Nee. No, Chirpy is Chirpy. Sesha pulled Nike closer to her and shook her head from side to side. Nike shut his beak. He felt wronged. He had worked so hard to escape that name. Returning to that name made him feel miserable. Whether it was the uncle or his niece, everyone in this household was the same. But he still understood how Sesha felt, so he stroked her head with his wing. Then what do you want uncle to do for you? Sesha wrinkled her adorable face, deep in thought. She was just mad that her uncle didn't play with her, and it wasn't like she didn't like him. Rather, she liked him too much, so she just wanted him to do more for her. Her eyes sparkled like she thought of something. I want him to make cotton candy. Cotton candy? Yeah, cotton candy tastes so good. Totally. She was drooling, like she could already taste it. Nike grinned, wiping her mouth. She was adorable. Except for the fact that she called him Chirpy. Sesha, that's what I heard. Yi and Wu smiled bitterly as he looked at Nemesis, who he hadn't seen a while. Nike had delivered Sesha's complaints to Nemesis through their connection. Yi and Wu put down his pen and turned pensive. These days, the time he spent with his niece had definitely decreased. He had been busy, pulling all-nighters because of the last of the operation with the Philosopher's Stone. I've been dumb. Yi and Wu blamed himself. What was the reason he made the Philosopher's Stone? It was to make Sesha happy. He'd been busy with things and made Sesha feel lonely. He put the cart before the horse. Cotton candy. Thinking that he should take better care of Sesha from now on, he wondered what he should do to apologize to her. He could make her cotton candy, but he wanted to do something fancier. And it wasn't good for her anyway. Just then, he felt Nemesis' gaze on him. But why aren't you next to Nike? Opening square bracket ... That's not important right now. Nemesis couldn't bring himself to say that he felt drained after playing with Sesha. Unlike Nike, who could just stay in Sesha's arms because he was small, he was just a plaything to her. He had to fly with her on his head, play hide and seek with her, or show her magic. He had to do all kinds of annoying and difficult things for her. And he felt even more drained when she called him Kurung after that. The uncle and the niece both. Sesha was a good and kind-hearted child, but taking care of children was still tiring. Yi and Wu grinned looking at Nemesis. He felt like he understood why Nemesis was being like that. Sesha did, yes. Brahm closed the book he was reading and contemplated. It was a book that he borrowed from the head elder, who had become one of his closest friends. Lending books was allowed, so long as they weren't Mugong scrolls. The book that he was reading was about the tower's history and politics. He enjoyed reading books in his free time since he was a scholar, but Sesha was more important to him than knowledge. Brahm shortly sighed after hearing that Sesha seemed to be lonely these days. Yi and Woo was trying to find a solution to the problem, but actually, Brahm was more clueless about these kinds of things than Yi and Woo. It's difficult. I agree. Yi and Woo sighed. What should they do? It would have been easier if Sesha was a boy instead. He could just think of what he himself liked to do when he was younger. Back in those days, he and his brother enjoyed playing with robots their father brought them. But since it was a little girl they were talking about, he didn't have any idea what he should do. Soon, he would be even busier dealing with things about the Walpurgisnacht. He wanted to play with Sesha until then. He thought it would be easy if he thought about his ex-girlfriend's daughter that he played with, but since Sesha was actually related to him, he wanted to do more for her. What should he do? He decided that he needed to find another person to get advice from. How about telling her that I don't know how to do these kinds of things? Yi and Woo felt uncomfortable for the first time seeing Adora brightly smiling at him. He had asked because as a girl, she might know more. But instead of answering, Adora just continued to laugh. How unexpected. What? I guess there are some things you struggle with. It's funny. I'm also human. Adora just soundlessly laughed again. She could feel Yi and Woo's flusteredness too. He acted like a cold doll all the time, but it seemed like he wasn't like that towards his only relative. And at the same time, she was glad to see this human side of Yi and Woo. She felt like the distance between them that had closed after she saw his bare face had just closed even more. Should I thank Sesha for this? Adora remembered how Sesha had asked her so confidently, and she unwittingly grinned. Her mind had only been on how Yanu's killer still wasn't caught even after the Martial King stepped up, and she felt like her head was cleared, thanks to Yi and Woo and Sesha. If you don't have anything to suggest, I'll just leave. Adora realized that she had taken the teasing too far, and she reached out to grab Yi and Woo's arm. I think that you shouldn't overthink it. Yi and Woo paused while getting up. Then, being genuine is more important. Being genuine. Adora nodded. Yes, so don't feel overburdened, it'll just make it harder. But, genuineness, was hard for Yi and Woo. Adora shook her head seeing Yi and Woo not being able to answer her. It was obvious. The person in front of her eyes was a fool for his niece. Then how about this? Come here. Yi and Woo's voice was delivered over the connection. Nike shot his head up. Life swirled in his bored eyes. He didn't have to be a doll anymore. Sesha, Master says to come because he has something yummy to give you. Do you wanna go? Uncle did. Yeah, I wanna go. In case she changed her mind, Nike quickly grabbed her shoulders with his claws and began to fly in the air. Ahahaha, I'm flying. Zoom. Flying in the sky was one of the activities that Sesha enjoyed most these days. It was more fun flying on Nemesis because it felt like riding an amusement park ride, but it was also fun flying with Nike. Like Sesha said, they zoomed and arrived where Yi and Woo told them to. It was a garden that the two frequently walked together. Next to Yi and Woo, there was a table. Uncle. Sesha ran and jumped into Yi and Woo's arms. Jumping into her uncle's arms was the most fun thing to do, second only to flying in the sky. It was so nice because it was sturdy and warm. Did you have fun? Yi and Woo always spoke coldly, but to his niece, at least, he was different. He spoke warmly and softly. Yeah, Chirpy played with me. Yi and Woo stroked her head. Sesha was adorable, like a puppy, grinning with her head lifted. Was there any child in the world that was as cute as her? There definitely wasn't. She was his niece, but she was just too adorable. He was already worried about what to do if she brought home a boy. No, these days, children are fast. It suddenly occurred to him that he needed to take care of the boys in the One-Horn tribe first. Uncle, I'm hungry. Looking at her eyes that urged him to give her a snack, Yi and Woo grinned. Today, I made something else. Something else? What? Do you remember the ice cream you ate last time? Yeah, that was so good, Sesha shouted with her arms spread out. It was cold, but so sweet and tasty that she remembered her eyes getting bigger at the time. And there was more than one flavor too. Chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry, among others. Thanks to that, she had eaten that for 2 weeks straight as a snack. It's a cake that I made with that. Cake, with ice cream. Sesha widened her eyes like she discovered a rare holy artifact. There was something like that in this world. The formula, ice cream plus cake equals something very, very delicious. Filled her head, her tail wagged happily. Yi and Woo couldn't stop smiling because Sesha was so cute. As he quietly set her down, he opened Intranian to pull out a fork and a plate with ice cream cake on it. Sasha rushed to sit on the chair and lifted the fork. As she learned from Brahm, she said, "Thank you for the snack," and quickly stabbed the fork into the cake. Ice cream melted quickly, so she had to eat it fast. Her cheeks were filled like a hamster's. She slightly shivered, as if she had swallowed too much. Her scales stood up, but as her eyes shined, she lifted the fork again. Next to her, Yian-woo wiped the traces of ice cream on her mouth. The scent of flowers was carried by a soft breeze. Even after he ran around busily, his heart warmed wherever he saw Sasha. "Master." Just then, Nike climbed on top of Yian-woo's right shoulder and pressed Yian-woo's head with his sharp beak. "What, can I have some of that too?" Nike was drooling. He was only a 1-year-old kid. Yian-woo pushed another ice cream cake in front of him. Adora's advice was simple, to leave a day out of his schedule for Sasha. She said that was enough. Yian-woo thought that wouldn't be enough, but he quickly realized that Adora was right. Sasha didn't stop smiling for the rest of the day. It was the smile that he wanted to see. And like Adora said, what Sasha needed was attention. After the sun had set, Yian-woo was telling Sasha a story on her bed, remembering what his mother had told him back when he was younger. The story was, The Sun and the Moon. TN, here's a link to the story for those of you who are interested, web links. Ha ha ha, that's ridiculous. The tiger is so stupid. Of course he'll slide down if he rubs oil on the tree. Stupid. Sasha burst out laughing at the brothers' plan and the failing tiger. Then, her eyes sparkled when she heard that the siblings became the sun and the moon after taking the rope into the sky. Then, Uncle, suddenly, Sasha asked Yian-woo a question. Is Dad also a star like the sun and the moon? For a moment, Yian-woo couldn't speak. His eyes widened. Sasha faintly smiled. Mom said so. Dad became a star and is watching over Sasha all the time. So I shouldn't do anything bad, and if I wish on the star, my wish will be delivered to Dad too. In the story, the younger sister became the sun, and the older brother became the moon. Yian-woo thought the story might be theirs. His brightly shining younger brother, the sun, and himself, who quietly followed behind him like the moon. The sun shone its rays too much and became a star. The moon that was quietly following after the sun was becoming a half moon from a crescent moon. And some time after, it would become a full moon. Of course, Dad's always looking out for you. Hee hee, right. Yian-woo smiled faintly and stroked Sasha until she fell asleep. Then, click, he got out the pocket watch from his pocket and rubbed it. He could feel its rough edges on his hand. It was a silent and cozy night. Chapter 220 Kelet Auction House 3. The second day, Yian-woo went to visit the Martial King because he had something to request from him for his plans. The Martial King, who had been busy chasing after the bow god, looked unusually stiff. Their tracking had ended in failure again. Since the damage their tribe received was pretty large now, they had to use all the cards they had. But he lifted a corner of his mouth, like he was fine. Our little disciple Nim changes day by day. I heard you made something fun. Even though the group had agreed to keep things related to the Philosopher's Stone under wraps, the Martial King knew the truth. The Martial King was able to feel that Yian-woo was definitely different, and he nodded in amusement. Yian-woo had grown a lot compared to last time. Thanks to you, I was able to create it comfortably. PSH. The Martial King scoffed and waved his hand. You say insincere things so easily. You're becoming more shameless as time goes on, It's all thanks to my teacher. And you're good at flapping your gums. But it's nice to see that you seem alive now. The Martial King continued with a smirk. When I first saw you, you were just fierce, like a wolf starved for 5 months. But you finally seem like a person now. For a moment, Yian-woo was speechless. He felt like he knew why the Martial King was saying that. When they first met, Yian-woo was filled with thoughts about revenge. But now, it was different. He was stronger, but he wasn't only sharp around the edges. It was probably because a lot of things had filled his empty heart. Sasha, Brahm, Galliard, Fant and Adora, and the Martial King. Now, he had a lot of people around him, and he experienced mental growth by becoming close to them. Maybe it was because he was more relaxed now. If he hadn't met them, he might have been putting his all into climbing the tower. Well, growing is good, whether it's external or internal. If you focus too much on one thing, you'll eventually fall. You've been so focused on external growth, so I was worried, but it's a relief. The Martial King nodded with a smile. His eyes showed that he was proud of Yi Wu. Yi Wu also felt pride arising from somewhere in his heart. It was the first time the martial king complimented him like this. But be careful, and even more careful. There are too many things that you possess right now. Even if you're currently doing well, it's only human to be shaken up someday. A person's mind is surprisingly weak. Be wary of things outside the body. Shen Yi Ji Wu Tian, a 4-character idiom to be careful of things that aren't inside your body. You'll be fine as long as you don't forget this. Shen Yi Ji Wu, things outside your body. It meant not to be hung up and changed by things that weren't yourself. The most important thing was you, or in other words, your mind. I'll be careful. All right, good. The martial king's smile turned deeper. Yi Wu was doing much better than he thought as his third disciple, although their meeting had been coincidental. Actually, the martial king didn't have plans to take in any more disciples. His first disciple walked a road of destruction after being too greedy, and his second disciple turned away from the world because it was too hard to understand the martial king's teaching. The martial king had only been successful his entire life, becoming the king of the tribe from when he was born and living a life full of accomplishments. So the martial king was hesitant to take in more disciples after both of them failed. But the third disciple that he found by chance was doing well on his own. The martial king hoped that this child, at the very least, would safely walk his path. At first, he accepted Yi Wu in hopes of him fulfilling the wishes of the tribe, but now he was truly cheering him on. Then, that's it for the nagging today. The martial king quickly changed the subject in case Yi Wu caught on to what he was thinking. He would be embarrassed if Yi Wu read his mind. And obviously, Fant would endlessly tease him. Why did you come here? It seems like you have something to ask. It's not like your student only comes when he wants something from his teacher. Really? So you're saying you don't need my help, right? But it would be impolite of the student to reject his teacher's help. That mouth of yours. So what is it? The martial king asked with a smirk. Yi Wu nodded his head. I'd like to have a skin mask. A skin mask? The martial king widened his eyes, wondering what Yi Wu was up to now. The skin mask was something that wasn't that well known in the tribe. It was something that almost no one from outside the tribe knew about. But the martial king spoke like it was nothing. Talk to the head elder and take some. And from now on, you don't have to come to me for things like this. It was Yi Wu's turn to be surprised. Wasn't the skin mask something rare and precious? So, do I seem small-minded enough not to lend my disciple even a single one? You aren't. Hey, watch your mouth. I'll take back what I said. Never mind, thank you. Yi Wu quickly bowed and left in case the martial king changed his mind. The martial king grinned as he watched Yi Wu leave. He's even joking with me now, huh? He grew a lot, he grew. The first thing that Yi Wu was going to attempt was leaking a fake formula for the Philosopher's Stone so the tower would be thrown into a state of chaos. Yi Wu and Brahm were successful in making a fake emerald tablet after 4 days. Although it was fake, because it had to trick countless players, it wasn't that different from the original. No, it was actually more informative than the emerald tablet that Yi Wu first received. He had given specific details about several points, and even mixed in the real formula into some places of it as well. It was at a level that if it was really experimented with, it seemed achievable. However, that was it. It was only at the level of potentially seeing the results. It was a level that was too lacking to be called the Philosopher's Stone. It was created so that nobody would be able to find out the information that wasn't included. And Yi Wu split this into 4 parts. You're going to release this in order, right? Brahm observed the split emerald tablet and burst out laughing, which was unlike him. Then, his smile turned cold. Everyone will go crazy. The red dragon would be especially more rushed. But Brahm knew that the other large clans and high rankers wouldn't be too different either. The desire for an organ with unlimited magical power was intense, for the Summer Queen and for all players. Brahm wanted to see Walpurgisnacht in ashes as soon as possible. His eyes shone violently. Then, let's begin. Yi Wu took off his mask and put on his skin mask. A very thin layer covered his skin. The plant that was made to stick without falling off from the user's face made him uncomfortable. Is this good? This part is out. Yi Wu looked back at Fant. Fant fixed the parts that were awkward on his face and brought a mirror over. How is it? You can't tell, huh? Yi Wu nodded, seeing himself reflected in the mirror. Inside of it, there was an extremely ordinary-looking person. Looking here and there, he carefully examined it. It was more interesting the more he looked at it. He had really become someone different. While he was at it, Yi Wu carefully brought his magic into the deepest parts of him as much as he could, and changed his overall aura into something else. With the Philosopher's Stone, his control of magic power was unmatched. After he suppressed his magic power, he really seemed like someone else. An ordinary and weak-looking person. It was a common face, so no one would remember it either. Then I'll be back. See you later on the 21st floor. Be careful. Yi Wu put his duffel bag on his back and left the village. While Yi Wu searched for the Kellett auction house, Fant and Adora were going to do what he asked them to, along with Brahm and Galliard, on the 21st floor. It was to gather the pieces of Agar's demonic energy that was spread all over the stage and throw it into Deroy Lake to create a lower-level demon. It was going to be used to cure Sesha. Hey. So is the strategy to dominate the world of the villains coming next? Shannon giggled, amused. Villains. Am I wrong? Villains, you say. Well, you're not wrong. Yi Wu grinned. In fact, Shannon was correct, since he was planning on pushing the tower over the edge of confusion. He wasn't aiming just for Walpurgisnacht. He was after the tower itself. Yi Wu wet his lips with his red tongue. His eyes flashed coldly, like the eyes of a predator that had seen its prey. Unlike indoor markets, the Kellett auction house was a market that was open to all players. However, despite having the name, auction house, it was a large-scale operation that dealt with over tens of thousands of items every day. The reason was simple. It was because this was an official location that was approved by the Bureau. Guardians were always here in case things happened, and all the items were examined closely, so no one had to worry about being scammed. And if requested, the identity of the person who provided the artifact would be kept a secret. It was an easy place to take care of items found coincidentally. When the large clans needed a large stock of some items or were looking for things secretly, this was the place to do it. As if to prove that fact, the Kellett auction house was bustling with tons of people, like usual. Thanks to that, Yi Wu wasn't looked at twice, and he was able to naturally blend in with the crowd. All he had were loose clothes and a duffel bag on his back. His stiff face was one of a newbie seller. Wow, this place is always boisterous when I'm here. Why are there so many people? It's not even a special day. Shannon laughed loudly, happy to be around a lot of people after a long while. Hanryong didn't say much, but he seemed to be traveling down memory lane. There weren't many who didn't visit the Kellett auction house. Yi Wu was a rare case, not having come here once. The auction house was made up of many buildings. On a large plot of land, it was divided into 9 sections, and within those sections, there were also divisions. There was the center building where the actual auctions took place, stalls in the streets, and even places where you could deal with other players. Of those, the place Yi Wu was heading for was the dealing section. Most people who wanted to sell something came here. There were 2 ways to deal: consigning it or selling it. The former method was to pay a fee and put it up for auction, receiving as much as it was sold for, and the latter was just selling it at the price the auction house set. Most people who were confident in their item chose the former, and people who needed quick cash chose the latter. Yi Wu passed the labor market where players were standing with all kinds of weapons. The floors that they could reach were in front of the players so that they could be used as mercenaries anytime. One of the items that Kellett auction house dealt were mercenaries. It should be somewhere here. Remembering the map of the section that was in the diary, Yi Wu looked around. There wasn't just one dealing area. If so, there wouldn't be competition between the merchants. The Bureau only managed the Kellett auction house, and the actual deals were done by professional merchants. The mysterious merchants, one of whom Yi Wu had met in the tutorial, were another group of beings in the tower that weren't players or guardians. They came and went from various worlds and dimensions, bringing with them all kinds of items. Of them, there was someone specific Yi Wu was looking for. No, to be exact, it was a group. Like how players were connected by clans, the mysterious merchants were made up of unions. Specifically, the group that Yi Wu was looking for was the West Wind. It was where his brother had frequently made deals. Their dealing method was efficient, and they were one of the top 5 largest unions. If I sell something here, it'll be sold easily. And the rumors will spread fast. With those thoughts, he opened the door to a building called Westwind Union Dealing Area. Thank you for choosing us. We love you. Fool, I mean customer, I hope you choose to use Merchant A next time too. He heard a voice as soon as he entered. A merchant with a robe who seemed to have just finished a deal was smiling brightly at him. But for some reason, the voice was familiar. Yi and Wu's eyes widened after realizing who it was. That guy is. Chapter 221 Kelet Auction House 4. Merchant A. It was the mysterious merchant who Yi and Wu had frequently made deals with in the tutorial. He hadn't even told Yi and Wu his name, only introducing himself as A. Yi and Wu couldn't have imagined that he would meet him here. Even though Yi and Wu couldn't see his face because of his robe, he could tell right away from the merchant's ridiculous speech and mannerisms. Of course, since he was hiding his identity right now, he couldn't act like he knew him. However, Yi and Wu was thinking that it worked out nicely. He already knew the merchant's personality, so he could deal with him easily. The merchant was probably happy thinking that a pushover had come. Trying not to reveal how he felt, Yi and Wu nervously adjusted his duffel and headed towards the guy. The merchant Atran was someone that was pretty high up in the West Wind Union. Other than the head boss, the boss position was definitely the next highest. And after he had gotten several magic stone mines at that time and sold them at high prices to different clans, he received a generous amount of profit. However, because of his rude speech patterns and his ill-tempered personality, he frequently clashed with his higher-ups. That was why he had pretty much been kicked out into this lower-level dealing area of the Kelet auction house, because he had smacked the head of the rude head boss. And obviously, there wasn't much to do in this lower-level dealing area. Even if there was business, it was just selling and snatching up the items that players brought in at a cheap price. For someone who had once controlled the magic stones market, this kind of money seemed like mere pennies. Thank you for choosing us. We love you. Fool, I mean, customer, I hope you choose to use Merchant A next time too. But work was still work, so he was getting ready to butter up the next customer. Ah, another pushover is here. The door opened, and another player entered. The player with a naive face was holding a single duffel bag, looking around. The merchant didn't feel any particular aura from him. Just with a single glance, he could tell that the player was the perfect pushover, no, prey. He looked like a newbie merchant who wanted to sell what he had collected so far. Those kinds of guys were the easiest to rip off. Even if they were dealing within the auction house, the merchants could rip off the players if they were able to. And if it was a novice who was just starting out, even better. But letting your thoughts be read was something that only stupid people did. It wasn't something that a veteran like him would do. What are you here for, push? I mean, sir. When Atran spoke to him, the player even flinched. Atran didn't know how the guy had mustered the courage to become a player. It suddenly occurred to him that the newbie seller might be putting on an act, but he quickly shook those thoughts away, since there was no need for acting in a lower-level dealing area like this. I want to sell something. I see, so you're here to sell. Is this your first time with us? Yes, that's right. Ooh, then you've found the right place. Our Westwind Union is the most conscientious and honest out of all the merchant unions. Is that so? Then, the player beamed like it was a relief. It was a dowdy smile. We have to examine the object, so would you mind putting it up here? The player awkwardly set his duffel bag down. Atran was only thinking of how to rip him off and send him away. But the moment he saw the item inside the duffel bag, Atran was quite surprised. Where did someone like that get something like this? The items he brought were weapons like swords or spears. They were all sturdy and sharp. They definitely weren't something that a newbie merchant like him should have. Aren't these pretty nice? Haha, like the player knew that his inventory was nice, he smiled. So he's a crow. Atran instantly knew what kind of person this player was. They were called crows. It was slang for players that went around old battlefields and farmed items from corpses. The world of the tower was vast, and there were always battles even where players couldn't see. It seemed like he had gathered a decent amount. There were traces of wear and tear, but they didn't affect how usable the items were, so they could probably be sold at a high price. Of course, Atran couldn't let his thoughts show, and so he set a low price range. Yes, they're all good quality, good, very, and a few of them are high-class artifacts that have magic. Then, will the price be? However, it's a bit of a shame. What are you talking about? Look here, as you can see, the rune letters on the blade are destroyed beyond the point of recognition, and it's very worn. For items like these, the price will drop to 1/4 of its original amount. And for something like this, because of the management of the bureau, he couldn't painfully rip him off, but he could rip him off a little. Even within the West Wind, Atran's speaking skills were renowned. As he continued to speak, the bumpkin's face paled. Of course it would, since he had come here with high hopes, only to have them crushed. Atran decided to stop there. He knew that if he dropped the price too much, the deal might completely collapse. If the player took his swords to another dealing area, all his efforts would go to waste. But even if the care is a bit regretful, a pearl won't lose its value just because it was under sand for a long time. If they're repaired just a bit, you can sell it at a fine price. Really? Color returned to his depressed face. Atran realized that the player had completely fallen for the bait and pretended to punch some numbers into a calculator, pushing it towards him. So normally, it's this price, but you brought a lot of items, and to continue a good relationship with our customers, I'll raise it to this. How's that? Why, yes, deal. It wasn't as much as he had expected, but seeing the price increase from what was said at the beginning, the player gripped Atran's hand. Just then, after he looked around, he carefully pulled something from his chest pocket. Atran wondered what kind of item the guy would be taking such special care of, and it was something that he never would have expected. It wasn't an artifact or armor. It was a tablet. Most of the letters were hard to recognize, seemingly from the oldness of the object. But the moment Atran activated his decoding skill, Atran forced a gasp back down. This is. Merchants had to know a little of everything since they came in contact with all kinds of items. Atran knew especially a bit more about alchemy. But the information on the tablet wasn't ordinary. There was complex alchemy inscribed on it. And they were all foreign to him, as if proving how old it was. The tower was a place where people from all kinds of worlds came. There were a few players who entered the tower after stealing treasures from their home worlds. However, most of the players didn't know how to understand the treasures, so they were thrown away in the end. These treasures were tossed around by people who didn't know their value, and it was eventually given to someone who saw it for what it was worth. This item was exactly like that. It was regretful the ending was a bit cut off, but this was enough. The broken letters would be able to be found after some research. I have to have this. Most merchants said, Eureka! When they found items like this. Atran wanted to shout out, Eureka! Right then and there. It suddenly occurred to him that with this, he could return to his former position. His eyes shined under the robe. Things went smoothly since he seemed to know its value. Yi and Wu lightly laughed as he left the dealing area. He had planned to make the rumors leak out after it was exchanged by several people, or create some rumors himself. But it seemed like there wasn't any need to do that. To trick the mysterious merchant, he acted as a crow, and he perfectly tricked him. Since he had given the fake emerald tablet along with the weapons, he didn't have to worry about being caught. The seed was planted, now all he had to do was wait for it to grow. Atran didn't move right away after getting the tablet in his possession. Rather, his head was filled with thoughts of how he should take care of this. I can't just put it up for sale. I have to wrap it up nicely, and make rumors leak out. In the auction house, it was most important to control public opinion. It was because consumers felt more satisfied and content when they thought they had something that no one else had in their hands, and the price would rise astronomically. To do that, he had to spread rumors so people would be filled with curiosity and expectation. As he was thinking, he came up with a method and rang the bell on the table calling for his subordinate. Ring, ring, did you call for me? Do you know a good scribe? Wouldn't there be some of them in the labor market? Then bring 10 of them after asking around. As soon as possible. Atran made the scribes copy just 20% of the information on the tablet. He was making a sample. He wrapped it up with smooth silk, and sent the sample to his VIP list, along with a few words. May luck be with whoever receives this letter. I hope what's in here can be that luck for you. Most people who received the letter wouldn't be interested. Inside the fancy envelope, there would just be a few strange letters, and warrior-type players who didn't see its worth would just toss it into the trash can. However, apostles or magic-type players would realize its worth at once. The Emerald Tablet, the truth of alchemy, which was just considered a legend, was partly written on there. Although it was only a small part, people who saw it exclaimed in astonishment. The research that they had been stuck on was solved right away, and the truth that they were missing was recreated. Thanks to this, different groups within the Magic Tower, like the clans of alchemists, Walpurgisnacht, and a few other religions and sects started to contact the Kellett auction house, asking what in the world this was. They asked for where this was from, and if the rest of it was being released by the Kellett auction house. Each day, hundreds of people visited the West Wind, and thousands of letters arrived in front of Atran. The response was larger than Atran expected, and Atran's name was quickly spread amongst the rankers. Even priests and monks who said they had realized the gods' messages and stayed away from worldly life visited him. Thanks to that, the 8 large clans began to take an interest. Because of this, the West Wind had to escort Atran back after kicking him out. At first, they had tried to take it by force, but Atran had hidden it as soon as he made the sample, so there wasn't anything else they could do. They even gave him the position of a head boss and ordered him to carefully finish this big event of their union. Atran didn't let it go with just gaining this position, though. He made another sample with 5% added on and sent it to even more people. People who realized the information was real began to make a fuss. In the end, even the bureau had to observe what was going on with Atran and the tablet. The greater the response, the more deals with other items could come, so they were going to raise the scale. They gave the main auction house for him to use, which was the largest, at the peak time when there were the most customers. Also, since they had advertised it in the name of the Kellett auction house, countless players, from rankers, clans, business owners, to even spectators arrived on the day of the auction. Chapter 222 Kellett Auction House 5. Trismegistus's tablet has been sold to Mr. Croy. Trismegistus. He was known as the pioneer of alchemy in the history of the tower. Atran attached his name to the tablet, and people participated in the auction like it was really something that Trismegistus left behind. Countless alchemists, magicians, witches, and others were competitively raising the prices of the tablet. However, the owner of the tablet ended up being the person known to have the most gold in the tower, the magnate Croy. Croy liked the eyes that were on him as he stood up and walked to the podium. This was the joy of spending money. Receiving the envious gazes of all those people. He always felt exhilarated when he received those looks. Right now, everyone was beneath his feet. Even those that he couldn't defeat with power were powerless in the face of his wealth. The mercenaries that Croy hired from the labor market stopped people from approaching, and he returned to his estate after taking the tablet. Then, he casually tossed it to a research center under the clan he was in. His joy came from buying goods, he wasn't interested in what came after. So it was better to leave it to them instead of letting it rot in his safe. If it was truly worth something, he could just resell it at a higher price. If the rumors about it were fake, he was just planning to keep it locked up in his safe as a spoil of war. And thankfully, the research center proved that the spoil of war was actually a precious treasure. They put out a new mana potion that shined purple. It was confirmed that this mana potion was more effective than anything else on the market, and when its form was changed, it was possible to use it as a single-use magic tool. As the research center continued to pour out other items, those who had been desperately after the tablet and those who were doubtful of the tablet were able to come to a realization. The worth that they had decided upon wasn't even a hair of its true worth. And this news was confirmed beyond the auction house to the entire tower. Uahe, this feels pretty nice. Atran spun on his chair, alone in his office, laughing. This was his own personal office he received after being promoted from head boss to director. He had everything, from the sparkling marble floor, and the expensive pottery, drawings, and decorations. This auction was the biggest event in 10 years, and after leading it successfully, he had become the face of the West Wind Union. Also, as rumors of the Trismegistus's tablet were growing all throughout the tower, so was Atran's honor. There were even people asking if they could get a manuscript version of the tablet, or other samples if he had any. And of course, Atran had made several manuscripts beforehand. Once the news spread more far and wide, he was going to release them one by one then. He would definitely be able to earn more money if he did that. However, he didn't make many. A treasure shined the more rare it was. He wouldn't do anything foolish to drop its worth. But it's a shame, I could have received 10 times, even 20 times more what it was sold for if I knew what it was worth. He didn't know that Trismegistus's tablet would put the tower in pandemonium to this extent. And he also had a thought. There was definitely more after it from what I saw on the tablet. Is there any way to get that? If he could find additional information, he was confident he could shake the tower up. Should I hire more people to look for that crow? Atran's frowned thinking of the crow that vanished without a trace after that day. If only he could find out where that crow got the tablet from, he would have been able to trace where the full one was. He was a mysterious merchant, able to move to and from different dimensions, unlike the guardians or players. Even if the tablet was from hell, he could go there. Just when he was licking his lips with regret. Knock, Knock, knock. With the sudden sound of knocking, his secretary entered. What's wrong? Someone is frantically looking for you, sir. We tried to chase them out but they were so stubborn. It's probably just someone asking for the manuscript. Have a mercenary chase them out. Didn't I give orders not to bother me because I have something to think about? But they said they were the original owner of the piece of the tablet. What? Atran shot up. Where is he? Atran followed his secretary to the first floor where the commotion was. And there he was. The bumpkin crow was shouting at the top of his voice. Tell that merchant or whatever he's called to come out. I heard he's now in charge. Tell him to come out. That tablet was mine. Do you think he'll stay still after he scammed me like that? Huh. Atran slightly frowned. Now that he thought about it, he had convinced the guy to sell the piece at the price the tower suggested. At the time, the tablet wasn't acknowledged by the system of the tower. Atran had used the loophole that since it wasn't an artifact, the system didn't easily approve it. Atran signaled his secretary to calm the crow down and bring him to his room, leaving to wait for him upstairs. Soon, the door opened and the crow entered. He glared at Atran menacingly. His eyes were filled with annoyance, frustration, and indignation. However, Atran didn't miss the greed and fear in his gaze. This was a large union where a colossal amount of money was exchanged. The guy was scared that he might blink off the face of this world if he continued to make a fuss. However, greed was blinding his fear. What are you going to do? He shouted like he was threatening him, but he only looked pitiful to Atran. I'm always reminded of that guy during times like this. Was it Kane? He was pretty amazing. He even dared to beat me up with words. Atran reminisced about the hoarder in his memory. Now, he was the greatest rookie who was causing uproar in the lower floors. Atran had met countless customers, but the only person to match him was that guy. Pushing away the memory of the hoarder, he looked at the crow with a slight grimace. As he did, the guy stepped back. Pushover, I mean, sir. There wasn't anything wrong with our exchange. You exchanged the piece at the suggested price, and the system of the tower acknowledged that. The system was functioning just fine, so what is this mess that you're making? Why, you. The crow clenched his teeth and trembled. He really was a newbie. Atran scoffed inwardly and threw a new bait. However, he turned his frown into a fancy smile, turning his lips upside down. The atmosphere changed instantly. It's true that we profited ridiculously off of this, so we'll return 40% of it to you. The crow's eyes widened. His eyes shook. Atran felt like he could hear the guy's brain moving all the way to where he was. The price at which it was sold was already spread all over the tower. The guy was calculating how much 40% of it was. And the moment he was done, he gasped. Like he was going to pass out any second. Atran harpooned the flapping fish that just escaped water. But instead, you have the other pieces of the tablet, right? Won't you leave that to us? The guy flinched like Atran was spot on. Atran could already see the sweat beading on the guy's forehead. What are you? If a smart customer like you came back, wouldn't you have brought a weapon with you? The guy just hesitated, not able to answer. But the guy was baited by what Atran said, and his nostrils were flaring. This time, we'll return 50% to you. Actually, we want to give you more, but some will be taken off so we won't end up with much. How's that? 50%. The crow's dumb head couldn't seem to calculate the astronomical amount, and his face was flushed. His eyes were shaking from the sudden wealth he would get. Here they are, and he put out 2 different pieces of the tablet. The corners of Atran's mouth unwittingly rose up. Stupid bastard, he was overtly happy just with 50%. It was clear he still didn't know the exact value of the tablet. Even if he wanted 90%, they would have to accept the conditions. Considering the value of the tablet, and the additional cash flow that was generated from the event, they would have to just take what they could get. Since the contract was finished, they could trick with things like the service fee. All else aside, when this auction was over, Atran couldn't even start to imagine how renowned he would become. His twisted smile grew even deeper as he thought about his future. Because of that, Atran wasn't able to see the satisfied face the crow was making at him. Another letter was delivered from Atran at the Union. But this time, only a few select VVIPs were sent the letter, and it was emphasized that this was a secret auction. Of course, the tower was flipped upside down again. It was surprising that there were new pieces of the tablet, but since only a few people were secretly participating, of course the players would be furious. But the West Wind Union didn't break their rule, and the people who weren't invited were urgently looking for invitations. The rankers and large guilds that hadn't participated in the first auction announced that they would be doing so this time. Thanks to that, even though the second auction hadn't begun yet, prices of the invitations reached to the sky, and the name and honor of Atran engraved in the heads of the VVIP players. In the second auction, it wasn't sold to the magnate Croy, but to the Magic Tower, who ran at it like they were going to bankrupt everyone in the tower. If you can't escape from that soul, you won't know. Forever. You'll probably fight from the loneliness until the end, and close your eyes. The fire burned. Even if the path of the hot ashy fire, that guy, was looking at her with a faint smile. Yes, she hated that smile so much. Really, to an extreme extent. Poor and pitiful Ismenios. The last dragon, and the burning fire swallowed him up along with his smile. Exclamation mark quote. The Summer Queen shot her eyes open with a gasp. She looked around and frowned when she realized when she was in her lair. Her hair was damp, sweat dripped down her forehead. A guy like that again. In my dream. The Summer Queen ground her teeth. When did this start? It was probably after that guy died that she wasn't able to sleep properly. Draconic species maintained their magic power and power through a balance of sleeping and being active. It was because they had to rest in order to take care of the enormous amount of energy they had. However, as her sleeping patterns were messed up, everything was messed up. Her dragon heart, which had already been in a critical condition, ended up being destroyed because her magic power wasn't recharged, and power continued to flow out of her like water. Her fiery red hair turned blue. Now, there were even slivers of silver. She wasn't even able to dream about polymorph, turning into her original form, and it was all because of that guy. A nightmare. It was nothing more than a curse. No, it was even worse and more cruel than a curse. If it was a curse, she could restore herself, but she couldn't even do that. It was always stuck on her like a parasite, and it ate at her mind. As soon as she closed her eyes, she could see him. And he was always smiling, so it was even scarier. She would have been fine if he had tried whatever he could to get out. But he didn't even do that, so she couldn't get rid of him. He was always in a corner of her head, smiling, and continued to make her suffer. The sense of loss, the despair of being born as a dragon and having to bring someone down with the help of someone else became the chains that bound her. These chains were pushing her into the corner of death. And because her power and magic was disappearing by the second, she became even more anxious. Heaven wing, heaven wing. Cursing the guy that she couldn't even meet anymore, she tried to enter her state of Hakma with red, bloodshot eyes, thinking of ways to restore her dragon heart. She didn't see how, but she needed to do something. After the bow god started being chased by the one-horned tribe, she gave up on him. The Summer Queen suddenly received a telepathic message, so she had to stop her connection. What's wrong? Was it because it had been a long time since she spoke? Her normally seductive voice was dull. It was mixed with her howling, so Troy, who was on the other side of the telepathy, prostrated himself on the floor. He realized that the one he served wasn't in a good mood. Outside the Red Dragon, he was known as Hawkeye, and renowned for being in the 81 Eyes, but within their group, he was nothing more than a servant to the Summer Queen. Apologies to the Summer Queen. Please excuse me, it was because I have something urgent to report. What is it? First of all, please look at this. Through Troy's consciousness, the Summer Queen was able to see his vision. In Troy's hand, there was a small stone about the size of a fingernail. It was shining a brilliant purple. The Summer Queen read its magic power with Troy's signature skill, less than night eyes of birds of prey greater than. The Summer Queen's eyes suddenly widened. That's. I found the Philosopher's Stone. Exclamation mark quote. The Summer Queen clenched her fist. The Philosopher's Stone. The thing she wanted for so long but couldn't get. The thing that she thought had disappeared forever was right in front of her. It's so incomplete that it doesn't even deserve to be called the Philosopher's Stone. But the way it's activated and what it's made up of are exactly what we saw from Xiongwado. No, actually, this is even further along. The Summer Queen asked in a suppressed voice. Where did you find it? The Magic Tower sent it. The Magic Tower. Troy explained what happened. Recently, things had been loud as a strange piece of a tablet came out in the Kellett auction house. And the Magic Tower had sent this to the Red Dragon. The elders of the Magic Tower seem to have sent this remembering what you secretly requested in the past. The Summer Queen was silent for a moment. And last night, there was an announcement that the third piece would be secretly auctioned. The third piece. The Summer Queen broke her silence at that. Get it by any means necessary. Do whatever you have to do. Yes, ma'am, No, Troy swallowed. Through his connection with her, he could feel the Summer Queen's dark fury. He trembled in fear. By any means necessary. Its meaning was simple. If it couldn't be taken care of with money, she was saying that they should take it by force. The auction house that the Guardians themselves managed. The meaning behind it was heavy. That was how desperately she wanted it. The Summer Queen growled with her lips shut. Bring the rest of the pieces as well. Everything. In front of me. Right now. Chapter 223 Kellett Auction House 6. The day of the third auction for the tablet piece arrived, and it was at the center of everyone's attention. Although it was a secret auction done at the top auction house of the 9 sections, the building was bustling with people. The West Wind Union only sent invitations to VVIPs, but they had received so many complaints after the second auction that they ended up giving out more invitations this time. It was because they had to stay on the good side of the large clans. And of course, the large clans wouldn't send just 1 or 2 people. Even though they only sent 5 representatives each, the seats were filled with the representatives, guards. And on top of that, the place was bustling with groups from the Magic Tower and high rankers, so it wasn't really a secret auction anymore. Because these players didn't like noisy and loud things, they were blatantly frowning. However, no one here was able to say anything to the union. Most of them weren't actually invited, but they wanted to see the others who were competing to get the last piece of the tablet. Even the Elohim is weird. 4 members from the Senate and 1 from the Council. They've all gone crazy. I see the head of the family of life. I heard he doesn't leave the house often. I can't believe he's here right now. The head of the family of the Protogonoi species, Ione, was only known by his name, and he was famous for not going outside. But he was here at the auction. Ione's eyes flashed coldly from his first-class seat. He was dissatisfied with all the good-for-nothings here. He wanted to auction to start now. And those sitting on his left and right were those who ruled over the Elohim, the Senate and Council. One could easily tell that this auction would not go smoothly by just looking in that direction. But it wasn't just the Elohim who were contributing to that atmosphere. Marquis Nageling and Marquis Scrap from the Bloodland came. The person back there looks like Duke Ardbad. Of the 4 monstrous power war spirit guardians who protected the Gluttony Emperor, he was the man who symbolized power. He was renowned for his sword skills, which were rumored to be able to cut through oceans, and everyone knew that the Gluttony Emperor rarely let him leave unless it was for something important. Seeing him here showed how interested the Gluttony Emperor was with this auction. And it seems the 4th and 5th bishops from the Devil Army came, too. The Sea of Time, they're here, too. Crazy. Everyone's crazy about this auction. On the right, there were 2 people who were sitting isolated from everyone else. Their black hooded robes made it hard to discern their identities, but the demonic energy that was exuded from them made it obvious they were from the Devil Army. But there were some who attracted more attention than them. The 5 people who were sitting near the Devil Army didn't care about their surroundings. They occasionally yawned and pulled out books to read as if they were bored. No one was able to approach them, like they were sectioned off. The Sea of Time, it was the most mysterious clan out of the 8 large clans. From the beginning of the tower, there had been an old wives' tale. They are everywhere and nowhere. It was an aphorism to describe the Sea of Time. They were famous for not revealing themselves. Nothing was known about how many members they had or where their headquarters were. They should have been treated as nothing more than a secretive clan, but every time they showed themselves, their contribution was shocking. The most astonishing incident was when they sent Alpharon back to the 77th floor when he was active. The Red Dragon, who was thought to be the only group who could stop Alpharon, was greatly shocked. From then, people began to say that the only clan able to stand against the Red Dragon was the Sea of Time. But of course, there wasn't anyone stupid enough to say it out loud. Nonetheless, because of such incidents, the Sea of Time was one of the most powerful of the 8 large clans and an unignorable force. Other than them, there were clans that were not in the 8 large clans but had the potential to be because of the new spot created by the collapse of the Cheonwado. Iron Lion Clan, Stray Children, Magic Tower, etc. Because all the current leaders of the modern age were here, the auction house was filled to the brim with a nervous aura. However, even in such an atmosphere, there was an arrival that pulled everyone's attention. Creak. A group of players marched in through the slightly opened door in an organized but dry manner. They're finally here. The Red Dragon. It was the arrival of the Red Dragon. Even though the Sea of Time was thought to be their equivalent, the Red Dragon always ruled supreme in the past and in the present. It was further proved by the fact that they defeated the Cheongwado, a group that was thought to be equal to them, and still functioned normally. The people walking down the carpet all had sanguineous auras. The delusional ghost, Garavito. The Chancellor of Blood and Iron, Bismarck. The Old Sword, Hanan. The Lionheart, Richard. The Venomous Butterfly, Dangy. The Murderer Twins, Jack and Ripper. The Hawkeye, Troy. They were part of the famous 81 Eyes. They were also known to cruelly crush anyone who dared to stand against the Red Dragon. But when they passed and the last person entered, people were shocked even more. A handsome man with a sculpture-like face and cold eyes entered. These were the 9 children that the Summer Queen transfused her, dragon blood, to, the 9 dragon sons. Of them, the one who just walked in was the youngest, Tom, the beginning. As the leaders of the 81 Eyes, the 9 Lives Dragon Sons were probably the ones who ruled over Red Dragon. Since someone like that had brought 8 of the eyes, obviously everyone would be tense. But Tom laughed sardonically, not caring about the looks he received, and he sat down in the seat reserved for him and crossed his legs. And just when the tension was thick enough to be tangible. I'd like to thank everyone who came to this lowly place. Atran stood on the podium, scanning the VVIPs, and politely greeted them. Since everyone is busy, we'll begin the auction right away. Here is the 3rd piece of Trismegistus's tablet. Atran powerfully pulled back the curtains. As he did, the tablet that was kept in a glass box was revealed. Silence descended upon them, but there was a heat swirling around in the room. The eyes of everyone looking at the piece were the same. Greed. It wasn't just the Red Dragon who knew that the piece and the Philosopher's Stone were related. Even if they didn't connect it with the Philosopher's Stone, most of the large clans and high rankers realized that it could create an extraordinary organ for magical power, and there were fights happening all over the tower to get the item. The tablet was at the center of attention of the tower, creating enough of a stir to cause wars. In their heads, there was only one thought. I have to have that, no matter what. Even if they bankrupted their clan or fought wars to get it, they had to have it. Atran was extremely pleased with the atmosphere in the auction house. The greater their greed, the more his name would be known. If that happened, it wouldn't be long until he owned the West Wind Union. There was a danger that there would be a fight after the auction, but it wasn't his problem. All he had to do was sell it at a ridiculously high price. Alright, then let's. Before Atran began the auction, Tom, who had been quiet all this time, spoke in an annoyed voice, raising his bidding panel. Elixir. Quote. 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 That's crazy. Red Dragon, what are you doing? The faces of the high rankers all crumpled. A few of them shot up and shouted. But the Red Dragon didn't seem to care. They even set pointed looks at Atran, as if asking why he wasn't continuing with the auction. Atran, who had been frozen, began to tremble with shock. Elixir. The godly medicine that you couldn't buy with all the money in the world. It was something that Heaven Wing Cha Jungwoo had been critically injured trying to get, and the price of the elixir was as high as the Philosopher's Stone. Offering this godly medicine that could treat all illnesses meant that the Red Dragon was warning others not to touch the piece. However, Tom and the Red Dragon didn't care about the elixir. Even if it was a panacea, if it couldn't help their queen, its value was nothing more than a pebble on the street. I thought we could pay with items instead of money. Did the rules change? At Tom's growling voice, Atran barely got himself together. His voice was shaking as he spoke. We have the elixir. Is there anyone else who'd like to bid? Urgency filled the faces of the players. However, of course no one had an item like the elixir. Even the high rankers who brought their life savings couldn't do anything but sit still. If there isn't anyone else who'd like to bid, we'll start counting down. 10, 9. Of course there won't be anyone. There are only blind bats here who don't have the eyes to see its worth. Tom scoffed after hearing the count. Just then, Duke Ardbad from the Bloodland burst up and spoke with a face that was as red as a tomato. Red Dragon, you're the same as ever. Do you think you can take that? Duke Ardbad knew that he was making an unreasonable statement, but he didn't care. It was more important to stop Red Dragon's iron fist ruling than for his reputation to be hurt. If the tablet piece went into their hands, there was no telling how much they would grow. The other players silently agreed with Duke Ardbad. Everyone was exuding violent auras. They were all ready to raise their swords if the piece went to the red dragon. Cashing. Troy and the rest of the eyes all slowly pulled their swords out. Qua qua qua. A threatening tension began to build up. 6, 5. Atran continued to count in a trembling voice. He was confused as to why the Bureau wasn't interfering yet. Why weren't they here? Was it because the fighting hadn't begun yet? But the Bureau was extremely strict in its management of the Kellett auction house. Something had definitely gotten in their way. 4, 3. Suddenly, Tom laughed coldly and spoke to everyone who was glaring at him. I think everyone's mistaken about something, so to be clear, what we want isn't just that. He amusedly emphasized his next words. It's all the pieces. Just when the players were about to ask him what he meant, the faces of the representatives from all the clans crumpled. News of what was happening outside was being relayed to them live. The leader of Golden Studies from Magic Tower jumped up with a flushed face. Just what are you doing, beginning? How can you? How? Betraying us like this? It's not enough to raid the magnate's safe in the Magic Tower, but you're even after the dealing area of the auction house. Red Dragon, have you finally gone crazy? Are you trying to go to war with the tower? People began to shout everywhere. At this moment, the Red Dragon was attacking different places in the tower. They had struck the magnate Croy's estate and killed him, and a few of the 9 Dragon Sons were massacring the Golden Studies group in the Magic Tower. On top of that, a few of them had even attacked the secretaries of the dealing area in the Kellett auction house. Atran's face paled. To attack the secretaries meant that they were trying to identify the seller of the tablet by looking in the records. Then that meant that his job as a merchant was on the line. Hic, hic. At the continued hiccups, he forgot the counting. Tom smirked and got on the podium. No one thought of stopping him because of the unforgivable act of the Red Dragon. Shatter. Tom lightly broke the glass box and gripped the piece inside. Finally, the answer that would heal his mother and make the Red Dragon the ruler of the tower was here. It must be a madhouse right now. On the 21st floor, in the Demon's Forest, Brahm laughed his head off looking at Yin Wu. Thinking of the auction that must have begun already at the Kellett auction house, he couldn't help but laugh. The stage that Yin Wu set up was elaborate enough that almost no one who lived in the tower would be able to avoid it. It was extremely tight. The greedy Red Dragon would try to find the seller to hoard the Philosopher's Stone for themselves, but they wouldn't be able to find anything. They would only discover that the seller's identity was unknown. They had already wiped all traces from the database. They're probably not gonna know, huh? Brahm curved a corner of his mouth. In fact, there was a crafty trick inside the tablet that no one would be able to figure out. That the formula for devil poison is inside it. The Summer Queen would realize that something was wrong after making the Philosopher's Stone. However, by then she would already be poisoned, and her body would be destroyed. The condition of her body, which was already ruined from the collapse of her dragon heart, would worsen. It would be a fatal injury since demons were natural enemies of dragons. Where would the anger of the Summer Queen be directed at? It was obvious. It would be targeted at where the tablet came from. And the Red Dragon would probably find out through their 1,000-year-old network of resources that the original tablet was the Emerald Tablet, and it was from the Walpurgisnacht. The Night of the Witches would end there. This won't be needed anymore. Yin Wu burned the remaining part of the tablet with holy fire. They had prepared it in case the tower's reactions weren't as well received they hoped, but there wasn't a need for that anymore. The dark ashes fluttered away in the breeze. Chapter 224 Kellett Auction House 7. Then let's leave it alone and take care of our business. Yin Wu looked at Brahm, Galliard, Fant, and Adora. While everyone was nodding with serious faces, Yin Wu pulled out several books from Intrenian. They were de Roy's records. It was what he got from the Kellett auction house. That was the good thing about the auction house, you could easily finish quests. You have destroyed de Roy's records 3rd part. The hidden pieces being revealed. The skill, Demon Studies, has been raised by 1 level. You have destroyed de Roy's records 6th part. You have destroyed de Roy's records 4th part. There were 10 parts in total for de Roy's records. Of those 10, Yin Wu had 6 of them. The rank of the Demon Studies skill was at BB+ now. Yin Wu activated Demon Studies and released his power. The black bracelet trembled, emitting a black ray of light. The 3rd soul, 100 nocturnal ghosts. Kia. With a scream, souls poured out. Fant and Adora flinched unintentionally upon seeing them. After taking his mask off, Yin Wu was showing them the powers that he had hidden from them, one by one. They got shivers because with just a glance, there seemed to be thousands of souls. It was not a question of whether they were scary. Of course people would feel uncomfortable because the souls were floating around with foggy forms. Yin Wu looked at the beings circling around him with steady eyes. Number of collected souls, 3,511. As his understanding of the dead increased, the amount of souls he could put into his collection with his power increased. Even though there were already over 3,000 of them, there was still more space left. But what was more shocking was that the souls, which were nothing more than a collection, were now able to be controlled with a flick of his finger. He realized how amazing the influence of his new power was. A power. Can I make one of my own someday? Even his genius little brother hadn't made a power. His sky wings were close to that, but in the end, even he couldn't surpass that limit. With those thoughts in mind, Yin Wu gave orders to his souls. Scatter. Thousands of souls scattered across the red sky. They scoured around, aiming for the demonic species. Each soul entered the demonic species' bodies. As the souls poured inside the beings' heads, the demonic species realized that something was amiss and tried to run away, but they weren't able to do so. And when the soul took over the nerves and brains of the demonic specimen, it stiffened, and its eyes turned black, the color of the soul's. It's done. Feeling the consciousness of the thousands of souls, Yin Wu's eyes flashed. Demons and monsters. Yin Wu continued practicing inputting the souls into monsters or demonic species with the power. He learned that the inputting process went a lot smoother the lower their intellect or health. Fortunately, the demonic species had a lower intellectual level than most monsters, so it was easier than he thought to control them. Move. And with the new order, the souls that controlled the bodies of the demonic species all jumped inside Deroy Lake. The demonic species began to tear each other apart under the lake. As one ate up another entered to swallow it, and this repeated over and over again. The lake turned into chaos. Kia, horrible. Brahm shook his head, but he didn't turn away, his eyes shining with the amusement of a scholar. The man who tried creating the ceratopsian dinosaurs with demon trees was greatly interested in Yin Wu's method. Yin Wu used the souls to incite fights between the monsters, then collected the dead souls of the controlled monsters. Thanks to that, the number of souls in his collection continued to grow, and the predator under the lake got larger. Crrrr. The ceratopsian dinosaur lifted its head above the water. However, next to it, another ceratopsian dinosaur appeared and bit its neck. Several ceratopsian dinosaurs made their entrances. The chaos was now like hell. Flesh floated in the water. All the demon trees around the lake were crushed. Galliard, who hated demons to the bone, looked satisfied. Adora wrinkled her pure face, and Fant clenched his fists with sparkling eyes. This is dope. Just then, Brahm shouted. It's starting. Get ready. The party all braced themselves and pointed their weapons towards the lake. The dance of ceratopsian dinosaurs and demonic species was over. When thousands of demonic species were blended into its stomach, the last ceratopsian dinosaur suddenly stuck its head into its body and began to eat itself. It was a monstrous sight. When only its head was left, the dinosaur's skull cracked open like a butterfly crawling out from its cocoon, revealing a man. It was a snow-white naked man with a pair of black wings. He looked at Yin Wu and the others with an overjoyed face. Ah, what a refreshing breeze. You have succeeded in growing a lower-level demon artificially. Congratulations. You have found another way to control death. The range of your influence of darkness becomes wider. You have succeeded in recognizing the foundation of magic and demons. Your understanding increases dramatically. Your properties and control increase by 30. You have learned a great amount of the demon's blessing. You have learned a great amount of the demon's blessing. Your understanding of souls becomes deeper. The storage capacity of your collection is growing. Your ability to control souls has become deeper. The proficiency of the power, the third spirit, has increased dramatically. 21.5%. You have earned the trait, Dark Lord. You have earned the title, Guide of Evil Spirits. You have achieved an accomplishment that isn't easily achieved. Additional karma and rewards are being given. You have gained 15,000 karma. You have gained an additional 30,000 karma. The evolution of demonic studies is being rewarded to you. A new skill is being searched for in consideration of your stats and traits. The influence of the trait, Dark Lord, is received. The superior skill, Demonism, has been created. Demonism, numbering 19, proficiency, 0.0%. Summary. The form of demon studies has been promoted by several levels. Though it is a lower-level demon that can't even be considered a real demon, you still created a demon, and so you will be given great understanding and properties of demonic spirits. With this, your black magic and other powers will surpass their current limits. Demonic energy. The demonic energy needed to activate this skill will continually be produced through the demon's blessing. Demon's curse. When the black magic learned through a skill book is expressed, its rank will increase. The increase of rank is incomparable to what the demon's blessing can do. Devil King Poison. A more effective poison than devil poison will be created. Its quality depends on how much demon's blessing you have. Endless messages popped up. They were all about how he gained traits, titles, and skills. What he did was incredible even by the system's standards. Like when he bound Brahm to him, the reaction of the 98th floor was filled with confusion. Multiples gods and demons of the 98th floor sigh. Multiple godly societies are looking at you with strange gazes. Most godly societies are reserving their judgment of you. A few gods feel amused by you. Athena is looking at you proudly. Hermes nods his head with satisfaction. Poseidon is having a deep conversation with someone. Their judgment of you is reserved. Azrael expresses his greed for you. Multiple demonic societies are seething. A few demons are exchanging a serious conversation about you. Agares reveals his greed for you. Chaos licks his lips. A demon of Jalgio, Dao Wu, expresses his interest in you. However, it was slightly different than with Brahm. Back then, the related godly societies were enraged, but now, they were looking at Yi and Wu with interest. There were even some who clearly showed their desire for Yi and Wu. My inventory of powers has increased. Yi and Wu saw the number of powers that were in the channel he left open. With this, even those that had been unsure about Yi and Wu had jumped on the boat. The more he stacked his achievements in the future, the greater his inventory would probably become. Then that meant the strength that Yi and Wu had would increase in parallel with his achievements. The lower-level demon curved his lips up, probably oblivious to the situation. I can't express my gratitude for waking me up from a deep sleep. I'll accept you as my faithful. Shut up, Cup, he suddenly gasped and kneeled. His shoulders were trembling like there was something heavy on them. Veins popped out from his pale skin. What did you do? He was breathless from the curse of the thousands of souls in his body. The demon tried to circulate his demonic energy to get rid of the souls. But before that, Brahm activated the transmutation circle that was along the lake. Divine iron flew out to bind the demon, and new magic circles folded the space he was in. It was a sealing circle that imitated the buildup of the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, this newborn, lower-level demon wouldn't be able to bear it. No, yes, boom, with Yi and Wu's cold smile, space folded, and the demon was crushed like that. Something fell down to the lake with a pop. The souls picked it up and brought it to Yi and Wu. So this is it. Brahm approached with trembling eyes. There was a pitch-black stone in Yi and Wu's hand. It was the devil core of the demon. Yi and Wu gave it to Brahm. It was now up to Brahm to take care of it. Brahm's hand shook as he accepted the devil core. With this, Sesha could be cured. He was happy that what he had been waiting for was finally here. Looking at him, Yi and Wu activated his cores. On the outside, it looked simple, but binding a demon used up the magic power he had. His stamina was at a low. A demon was definitely a demon. It wasn't something that could be done twice. But thankfully, the Philosopher's Stone moved furiously, and his magic power stock quickly filled up again. Just then, he felt Fant looking at him strangely. Do you know that? What? There were just two things you said after seeing a demon. Quote. Shut up. Yes, that was it. Quote. Yi and Wu turned away like he didn't hear anything. Gosh, that personality of his. He could hear Fant complaining behind his back, but he ignored him on purpose. Right now, he didn't have time to deal with him. He could feel countless players crowding near him. It was expected since he had swept up all the demonic species in the area. Also, Yi and Wu was the culprit who messed up the 23rd floor. He received a lot of attention since he hadn't shown himself for the past few months. Of course all those people would gather to see the situation. Adora and Fant also felt their presence and gripped their weapons. Galliard turned his head in its direction. A group revealed themselves from amongst the large crowd. It was a group with red armor. They looked organized like they were from the military of a certain country. Yi and Wu was familiar with the person taking the lead, thanks to the diary. The Blood Land. Of them, there was one of the swords that the Gluttony Emperor especially cherished. Marquis Caliburn. The Marquis opened his mouth. Are you the hoarder? The Summer Queen and Troy looked down at the 3 pieces of the tablet. This is the Philosopher's Stone. A bright light shone along the Summer Queen's eyes. She tightly held onto the tablet. The appearance of the pieces was sudden. It was like the heavens gave her a gift. Like it was given to her, intentionally. It was her steadfast opinion that there was no such thing as coincidence in this world. It was a teaching she had learned as the last dragon, throughout her life. Just like how a stone was created through all kinds of processes and turmoil, it seemed like someone had touched the appearance of this tablet. So normally, she would have thrown the tablet away, or tried to look into the motive of whoever did it, but she didn't have the freedom to do so right now. Her dragon heart that was turning into stone was beginning to crack, and her body was just on the brink of ruin. If this kept up, all the powers she was barely holding onto would vanish. Thankfully, there wasn't anything suspicious about the information about the tablet. She examined it with her dragon's knowledge, but there was only information about complex alchemy. There were even some things that her dragon's knowledge didn't know. The Dragon Queen felt like her knowledge had become deeper. There wasn't anything wrong with what it said. There wasn't even a trap. Unless a god played a dirty trick. But there was no way something like that would have happened, so she wasn't concerned. The Summer Queen moved her magic power based off of what the tablet said. While her subordinates made the Philosopher's Stone, she was planning on sealing her dragon heart first. Chech. As she did, the rate at which her dragon heart was cracking slowed down, and it was even fixed on some sides. The Summer Queen's body trembled ecstatically. The binds that had trapped her like a curse were gone. She felt like she might even be able to return to her old form. She wanted to smile. She wanted to laugh at Heaven Wing. Watch her. Even though he destroyed her, he was dead, and she was alive. The Summer Queen didn't die. Rather, she would be born again, to defeat Alphorone and rise to the 98th floor. And Heaven Wing would be her sacrifice. Just when she was laughing. ACCCK. The Summer Queen screamed. Her renewed dragon heart suddenly broke. Magic power flowed out, exploding. Her magic circuit was destroyed, and her dragon's blessing was crushed. Her flesh turned black, and the rate of destruction sped up. The poison that was mixed into her magic power ate up her body at a quick pace. It was devil poison. Chapter 225 Kellet Auction House 8. Your Majesty. What? The Summer Queen's scream spread throughout all of the Red Dragon's territory. People who had been waiting outside frantically burst the door open. It was somewhere they normally weren't allowed to enter without permission, but now wasn't the time to think about rules. There was a horrifying sight waiting for them inside. A crack was appearing on the Summer Queen's body. Like porcelain breaking into pieces. Like dehydrated soil during a drought. The cracks were spreading like spider webs, and blood was pouring out from them. Her bright silver hair was turning into a dead black. They moved urgently upon seeing her look as if she would explode any second. With the quick response of the highest officials within Red Dragon, they were able to stop any rumors from getting out. But all of the 81 eyes who were at the headquarters were tense. The Summer Queen wasn't just the leader of the clan. She was the Red Dragon, and the Red Dragon was her. The reason why the tower was so afraid of the Red Dragon was because the Summer Queen ruled over them, and the reason that the Red Dragon's players were so strong was because the Summer Queen shared her power with them. The 81 eyes could basically be called her apostles. They borrowed all kinds of powers from her, and their past was passed down from her. But what if something was wrong with the Summer Queen? The 81 eyes and the clan itself would collapse. It was the same thing as their lives being destroyed as well. They needed to stop that from happening. Tom and Troy, the people who had brought the tablet, were even more rushed. It's devil poison. Nonsense. Trop clenched his fist looking at Tom's devastated face. Anger escaped his gritted teeth. Devil poison. If there was something that could hurt the great draconic species, it was devil poison. We quickly put out the fire with the help of the visiting priests. But that's just a temporary solution. The antidote. Troy swallowed the rest of his words. Tom didn't ask for any more, either. It was obvious what he was going to say. There was no way devil poison could be treated that easily. Furthermore, the Summer Queen wasn't able to rest because of her nightmares. She couldn't heal herself. Things would only get worse. Tom felt like his head would explode, but he had to do something. He was worried not only about being ripped to shreds by his brothers, who were his competitors, but that the clan itself would be destroyed. What about the owner of the tablet? Have you found the seller? Troy shook his head. They had searched through the records, prepared to stand against the bureau, but there wasn't anything left behind. They had searched for eyewitnesses, but everyone said they didn't remember. It was someone who planned it from the start. That's correct. Tom ground his teeth. It was unbelievable the more he thought about it. Someone had dared to play this trick on the Red Dragon. And the enemy had known that the Summer Queen needed the Philosopher's Stone. It wasn't a simple case of terrorism. To be exact, an attack pointed directly at the Summer Queen. It meant that a powerful group must have planned this. Who was it? The Elohim, the Blood Land, the Sea of Time, the remaining people from Cheonwado, or the escaped Sword God? Whoever it was, at least one thing was certain. They wouldn't be able to run away from them. The Red Dragon would chase them to the ends of the world and destroy everything related to them. They had turned the Bureau, the Magic Tower, and the Blood Land, who had been protecting the Magnate, into their enemies. But Tom didn't seem to care. His head was filled with the Summer Queen's survival and the destruction of the enemy. Then, what about how the tablet was found? If someone targeted us, wouldn't they have left some traces behind? Troy nodded his head, and pulled out some papers. Do you remember the Faust historic site from 6 years ago? Faust, wasn't the place ruled a fake? Faust, almost no one remembered him as it had been a long time ago, but he, the despiser of light, was someone who had stood as an equal to the Summer Queen. Today, he could be compared to the Martial King. The reason why he was famous was that although he wasn't affiliated anywhere, he was the only contractee of the demon Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles was a collector of all kinds of knowledge, and Faust had recorded achievements in history with his influence. However, the problem was that his accomplishments weren't well known to the world. He never had any friends or comrades with him. So when Faust's old research lab was discovered, the tower was shaken. But the attention soon faded. Unlike the grandiose rumors, there were only strange things left in the lab. It had been the dungeon of a good-for-nothing magician. I also thought that was the case until now. However, it seems like it wasn't. What happened next? After that commotion, Cheonwado and Walpurgisnacht inspected the site together 1 year later. At the time, the person in charge of Cheonwado was Leonte. Tom's eyes flashed. Leonte. He was the person who had been creating the stone. And, Troy nodded with a crumpled face. We don't know for sure what was discovered there, but after Leonte and Walpurgisnacht entered the site, there are witnesses who say that they had something like a stone monument. Wouldn't that have something to do with this? Tom clenched his fist. Blue veins popped up on his knuckles. Leonte was dead now. Then, there was only one suspect. Walpurgisnacht. He didn't know why a bunch of witches had targeted the Summer Queen. The witches might not have anything to do with this, since what they found at the site might not have been related to the tablet. However, it was clear that they had done something suspicious with Leonte, and the Red Dragon had caught on to this. If there was anything suspicious, anything that the witches might have done wrong, all their questions would be answered if they just stormed them. And even if Walpurgisnacht wasn't the actual villain, they would be able to find the actual people behind it soon. It was important to follow the trail. So those bitches dared to do something this horrible, Crunch. Tom ground his teeth and turned to look at Troy. Troy nodded. The Red Dragon would have to anticipate bloodshed if they were to fight against the Walpurgisnacht, but they couldn't weigh the pros and cons right now. Even if they fought against the tower itself, they had to quickly find the wrongdoer and find a cure for the Summer Queen. Yin Wu looked at Marquis Caliburn. He was a fierce-looking middle-aged man, just as the diary stated. The swords that the Gluttony Emperor treasures the most were the 4 dukes and 8 marquises. Marquis Caliburn was one of the strongest of them, a high ranker with extraordinary abilities. Yin Wu considered whether he would be able to win if they fought. Since he hadn't completely assimilated with the Philosopher's Stone yet, it might be hard to go one-on-one. However, if Shannon and the others helped, I can do it, easily. Now, he was powerful enough to target high rankers. Yin Wu felt his stronger powers and looked at Marquis Caliburn. If I am, it was a short, apathetic question. Marquis Caliburn twitched his eyebrow, then nodded without showing his emotions. I guess you are, of course, with the exile, the snake hunter, and the Cheongram family's siblings. Marquis Caliburn asked a question with narrowed eyes. I've been waiting for you to come out. A few months ago, we thought you visited a brothel. When we went, you were already gone. Is it because of Baron Lau? As expected, you know something about him. Marquis Caliburn's eyes flashed. Lao was a subordinate that I cherished. He went to invite the exile and you on the Emperor's orders, but he never returned. I want to know what happened. Don't you already know, somewhat? The Bloodland knew that the Elohim were chasing after Brahm as well. The data from the 23rd floor was from before Agaras descended. Then they would have been able to see the confrontation he had with the Elohim. On top of that, there were other things Yi and Wu set up with synchronization. I want to know in detail. As you said, Lao said that he wanted to invite me and Brahm to the Bloodland. After that, Yi and Wu spoke his lies without even a single blink. Lao's arrival, Yi and Wu's acceptance, Lao's offer to help them with the ceratopsian dinosaur. He continued to explain how the Elohim had arrived, and with Lao's help, they were barely able to escape. I don't know if you'll trust me, but Lao said that he couldn't let the guests that his emperor invited be in danger, so he told us to escape while he bought time. Thankfully, we survived, but... Yi and Wu's words faded, but that was enough. Marquis Caliburn clenched his fists. His sharp, knife-like eyes were shaking. Loyalty. There was nothing better to use against the Bloodland players. How were his last moments? He died a knight. Is that so? Good. Marquis Caliburn was silent and shut his eyes. Lao. He repeated the name of the loyal subordinate who had died for the emperor. Behind him, people were murmuring about the cowardice of the Elohim. They were furious. No one among them was able to sense anything strange. Yi and Wu's acting was enough to trick a mysterious merchant, so of course, none of them could tell. Yi and Wu barely hid his laughter with the mask. He might have found another hidden talent of his. With this, the Bloodland will be sufficiently enraged. Everything was put into motion. The Red Dragon would soon chase after Walpurgisnacht. Yi and Wu was planning on interfering using Brahm and Ananta as his reason. Then, the Elohim would step up, and the Bloodland would follow to attack them. In an instant, 3 of the large clans would be in hot water. And with this, the Magic Tower, the Merchant Union of the Magnate, and the Bureau would jump in to confirm the legitimacy of the tablet. There hadn't been a fight like this since the beginning of the tower. Yi and Wu was going to extract what he needed from the fight, including Ananta. Vieira Dune's head will be a nice addition as well. Fant looked flabbergasted at how Yi and Wu could lie through his teeth like that, but he didn't show his face towards Marquis Caliburn. Marquis Caliburn calmed himself down and asked Yi and Wu another question. Then what did you say at the time? I said I would go. Is that still your answer? Of course. It's where our comrade was. Comrade. All right, you're right. If you're Lao's comrade, you're also my comrade and the Bloodland's comrade. Marquis Caliburn's eyes shined brightly. I'll swear here, following Lao's will, as long as you never betray us, we'll consider you as our ally and protect you from danger. Wherever you are, the Bloodland's emperor will be with you. Magic power was infused in his voice. And the Elohim will have to pay. Ching, Marquis Caliburn's pledge has been declared. An invisible line was connected from Marquis Caliburn and Yi and Wu. The pledge of mana he had just made was applied by the system. It was a declaration of war against the Elohim. It was a pledge that not even the closest of friends made, but that was how angry Marquis Caliburn was. Marquis Caliburn confirmed that the pledge was made and nodded his head, and he invited Yi and Wu to the Bloodland again. Sir. Just then, his subordinate quickly whispered in the Marquis's ear. His face hardened. Yi and Wu was able to realize what happened. It's begun. Marquis Caliburn turned to look at Yi and Wu with an uncomfortable face. I think we'll have to push the invitation back to next time. The Summer Queen seems to have messed up. Since the Red Dragon was on the move, they would have to be on guard as well. Yi and Wu nodded his head like he understood. There's no need to rush. We can talk next time. Marquis Caliburn turned away and left the stage with his subordinates. Brahm approached Yi and Wu, watching them leave. Kane. Yi and Wu nodded. Yes, we should go too. Yi and Wu and his party jumped into the portal. Chapter 226 Witch Hunt 1. Walk. Marquis Caliburn entered a new space through the portal. It was the outer sections of the tower. Unlike the 23rd floor, this was full of hot air, and the thick scent of blood wafted around him. His face hardened at the sight in front of him. Everything was in ruins. There were destroyed buildings and traces of a violent battle. For a moment, Marquis Caliburn wondered if he opened the wrong portal. That was because the place that he had entered coordinates for was the Kellet auction house. Nowhere else in the tower had flourished like it, so of course he would wonder if he arrived at the wrong place after seeing the ruins. But the moment he saw the subordinates of the Bloodland sitting on top of the remnants of the buildings, he realized that he was at the right place. "What hap? You're here." Marquis Caliburn was about to shout at the subordinates, but a familiar voice spoke up from behind his head. It was the voice of Duke Ardbad. The Marquis turned his head and unwittingly gasped. "Sir, don't make a big deal out of it. The underlings will become uneasy." Duke Ardbad waved his hand like it was nothing and plopped down next to his subordinates. His right sleeve was empty. The toned and muscled arm was gone. "What happened?" Marquis Caliburn pushed his anger down. As the Bloodland rose, he battled his way through countless battlefields, but he had never seen a bloodied battlefield like this. Because he had been staying on the 23rd floor after the demons' forest was destroyed, he wasn't up to date on what happened. Duke Ardbad took a big bite from the bread he was eating and spoke nonchalantly. "The Red Dragon went crazy. That means, you've heard about that thing called the Trismegistus's tablet or whatever, right?" "Yes. In the auction house it was being sold, the Red Dragon made a fuss. I guess they weren't satisfied with just turning the magic tower, the magnate's people, and the bureau into their enemy." Humph. Marquis Caliburn felt like he knew what happened after that. It probably meant that they had turned all the other clans that had participated in the auction into their enemies. He could guess what went down. The confrontation of Red Dragon, who was trying to steal the tablet, and people trying to stop them. Red Dragon had won. To be honest, it wasn't that surprising. It was a bit humiliating, but even the Bloodland was no match for the Red Dragon. Those guys were strong even to fight against the entire tower without even blinking an eye. However, he couldn't believe that they had taken one of Duke Ardbad's arms. The Duke Ardbad he knew wasn't someone who would easily lose to someone, unless it was the Gluttony Emperor. No, even the Gluttony Emperor wouldn't have been able to attack him one-sidedly like this. Ardbad didn't symbolize power for nothing. But he lightly waved his hand like he didn't want to walk about it. "Aside from that, how did it go with the hoarder?" "We received a promise that he would come visit the capital. Also, with Baron Lau." Marquis Caliburn explained what he learned. Duke Ardbad nodded his head, since it was all things they had guessed. "I see. With this, the Emperor will be put to ease a little. Anyway, the Elohim, those bastards must have gone crazy too." Duke Ardbad's eyes were burning up. From Red Dragon to Elohim. He didn't know why there were so many people after them. Everyone in this tower is nothing but a parasite to burn up. "I don't know why it's so hard to regain our promised land." Duke Ardbad muttered with annoyance. "Caliburn." He called for the Marquis. "Yes, Your Grace." Marquis Caliburn quickly bowed, kneeling. In a battlefield, the commander's orders were equivalent to the Emperor's. The Marquis's eyes shone. "We're going to prepare our military. Get ready." It meant that the parasites who tried the Emperor's will would be swept away. It was a declaration of war. Marquis Caliburn's body trembled. The peace that a group called Arthea had created through their death was finally about to crack. Yes, at once. A long time after Duke Ardbad and Marquis Caliburn left with their subordinates, a new red portal opened, and Yin Wu and his party appeared. "It's a mess." Brahm looked around the Kellet auction house, or what was left of it, shaking his head in disbelief. Even if it was understandable that they turned their backs on the other clans, what about the Bureau? On top of that, touching the auction house meant that they had turned several mysterious merchants, unions into enemies as well. It was hard to know the exact power of the Guardians from a player's standpoint, especially the 12 Zodiacs, the greatest guardians that even the gods and demons couldn't touch. If they stepped up, the Red Dragon wouldn't be able to avoid damage. And the unions of the mysterious merchants? They couldn't step up and fight against the Red Dragon like other clans or the Bureau. However, as large as the Red Dragon was, they needed that many more supplies. If the unions cut them off, it would be hard for them to fight. There was no way the Red Dragon wouldn't know something that even a child knew. Did they have something to back them up? But since they were being this arrogant, it seemed like they were just leading everyone, including themselves, on the road to destruction. That's how rushed they are right now. I guess. If their queen dies, everything's over for them. Brahm calmly nodded his head at what Yin Wu said. If the Summer Queen died, the power that they had would cave in like a sandcastle. Thinking about it now, it was like they were dangling off the edge of the cliff at the moment. If they're kicked about 1 to 2 times more, they'll fall straight into the abyss. It'll be fun to watch if something that big falls. Yin Wu smirked and looked into his shadow. Boo. Chechech. As the shadow stretched out, a robed lich appeared. "Please, Give me your orders. Find where the red dragon went. Boo nodded and floated up to the sky, holding his black bead up. Walk. The bead emitted a light downwards and started to pour out magic. Boo had grown at a fast pace, exceeding the powers of most other licks with rune magic, Victoria's studies, the other research that had been gained from studying the Philosopher's Stone, the power, lawless book, and demonism. Brahm looked at Boo with an interested face. That guy is even more amazing every time I see him. Where did you find him? What are you talking about? Yin Wu had found Boo through an earring he earned as a reward. As far as he knew, Boo was a player from a long time ago. You didn't know. I don't think he realizes it yet either, but that guy was probably pretty famous when he was alive. Even if he's a lich, that kind of growth is impossible. To be exact, it's probably better to describe his new powers as getting them back, rather than growing. Brahm stroked his chin. Even if no one knows, that guy was probably above the 3 friends you got there. If compared to people now, he would probably be one of the 9 kings. Opening square bracket ... exclamation mark closing square bracket. Opening square bracket ... exclamation mark closing square bracket. Opening square bracket ... exclamation mark closing square bracket. Shannon, Hanryong, and Rebecca's emotions were relayed to him through his connection with them. Of course they would, since they had considered Boo beneath them as he still couldn't speak properly. Yin Wu also had a strange face. Boo was originally on the level of the 9 kings. Yin Wu had only met 2 of the 9 kings so far, the Martial King and the Summer Queen. However, he had seen a bit of the others through their shadows on the 21st floor, so he could guess what kinds of beings they were. But Boo being compared to them, he couldn't imagine it. And furthermore, why had such a person fallen as a soul and become bound to an artifact as a mere tutorial reward? Also, the artifact that Boo had been inside of was rank D. It wasn't something that such a person would have used. The name, Boo, was given because of the fact that he was a witch doctor. TN, witch doctor is Budusulsa in Korean. But Boo didn't seem to react much to what they were saying, perhaps oblivious to the situation. While Yin Wu was deep in thought, Boo's voice rang out. I will show you. The black bead shined a sharp light. At the same time, several scenes flashed past Yin Wu. They were scenes of what had happened in this place. Walk. Has the red dragon finally gone crazy? The treasure is just going back to whom it should belong. Isn't that right? Items are taken with power. Isn't that something you guys do well too? With a scoff from Tom, the beginning, and the clash between the red dragon and the others, the Kellett auction house was destroyed instantaneously. Like a ghost, Yin Wu could watch everything from above the auction house. Less than eye of consternation greater than. This was the power that Boo had created using the lawless book as a reference. It recreated old events using the vestige left behind in objects. The red dragon's power was incredibly overwhelming. It was shocking enough that the youngest of the 9 dragon sons, Tom, had come, but they even managed to push all the other clans back. Duke Ardbad's right arm was sliced off by the old sword, Hanan's cane, and the 2 bishops from the Devil Army weren't able to overpower the murderer twins, Jack and Ripper. Hawkeye Troy extended his fingernails to massacre the rebelling scholars of the Magic Tower, and such gruesome scenes were happening all over the auction house. It's a mess. Yin Wu was so taken aback that he laughed in disbelief. This was what he had aimed for in the beginning, but it seemed like the scale would grow larger than what he had expected. All the better for me. The dirtier the water became, the more they fought, and the person to benefit from all this was him. Meanwhile, Tom took the tablet and moved to the 76th floor through a portal. The commotion in the Kellett auction house ended there, but the confusion that was left behind lasted for a long time. Between the different clans and players, Yin Wu found the witches he had been looking for. Looking down at them, he moved towards where they were. They were familiar faces to Yin Wu. Dark and Margaret. From some time ago, Vieira Dune started to be followed by people who seemed to be protecting her. I didn't know why, but the first witches who were born from the mother of witches, Night, protected Vieira Dune at her side, becoming her teachers or her family. Vieira Dune was the clan leader of Walpurgisnacht, but she couldn't lead them alone. So there were people who became her godmothers, protecting her. The first witches. No one knew where they came from. However, it was widely known that they were old monsters that had been alive since the beginning of the tower. Dark and Margaret were among those first witches, and they had taught Vieira Dune seduction, and occult power. Just what happened? Why is the emerald tablet there? There are traces of something on it. But it's definitely the emerald tablet. Who leaked it? It seems like it's from Leonte. Just who would do such a thing? The reason for the participation of the two witches was simple. It was so they could confirm the legitimacy of the tablet. And once they found out that it was real, they realized that someone had leaked the tablet. If they weren't stupid, they had probably already guessed that they might be the ones to receive backlash for what would happen. But they couldn't show it. First, let's get out of here. Since they had confirmed the Emerald Tablet, they were planning on discussing what to do after returning to their headquarters, Brocken Castle. Dark and Margaret took the young witches under their command with them and recited magic to activate teleport from far away the commotion to return to their headquarters. Boo! Yi and Wu didn't miss it. Brocken Castle wasn't a physical location. The endless world of night that witches spoke about was in a subspace, and there weren't any paths or coordinates to get into it. So he ordered Boo to find the coordinates from traces they left behind, and the result was, I have found it. Bingo. Chapter 227 Witch Hunt 2. Clan House. A clan needed a reliable base once they had enough members. However, with the continuous war in the tower, it wasn't easy to protect a base from danger. On top of that, it wasn't easy for clans centered around the higher floors to get new recruits. Even if scouts roamed around the lower floors for potential, there were limits to that process, and even if they scouted players, it wasn't easy to set up a station to maintain their presence on each floor unless you were a large clan. On the other hand, it was hard for clans that were set up on the lower floors to maintain their power as they climbed floors. It wasn't easy to set up a clan house because of the unique preferences of the people in the tower. Alpharon, dominating on the 77th floor, and the Red Dragon with their headquarters on the 76th floor were special cases. However, the mysterious merchants, who made the impossible possible, gave a solution. They began to sell the outer space that made up the subspaces outside of the tower. The outer space was the only area that could guarantee safety for multiple clans. Because it was a superior location, permission to enter could be controlled, and it was easy to defend, even if there were intruders. Thanks to that, even though the outer space was expensive, it was sold like hotcakes. That was also why Arthea's clan house wasn't discovered to this day. In addition, the endless world of night, Brocken Castle, where the witches stayed, was also one of those outer spaces. Unless you knew the exact coordinates, you couldn't even dream of entering. If you were even a bit off, you could crash into an unknown area between spaces. Boo was able to confirm that he was right after checking several times. I will open the portal. The teleport portal opened wide. Beyond the red portal, there was a glimmering space. Before we move, we don't know if there are any traps of tricks set beyond here. So everyone, be careful. Brahm, Galliard, Fant, and Adora gravely nodded their heads. Even if they were chasing after Red Dragon, this was a superior territory of the witch's endless world of night. It was said that even a dog knew to stay away from other dogs' territories. No one knew what the witches had set up in their territory. Vieira Dune didn't say a word about it to Yi and Wu's brother, although they were lovers. They had to be prepared for everything since they were entering an unknown world. And above all, we have to prioritize information about Ananta. Don't do anything that'll draw attention to you. Fant, already having heard about Sesha and Brahm's backstory, sniffed and pounded his chest. I might be a mischievous son who doesn't listen to his father, but I know that much. Yi and Wu nodded his head. Pulling his magic bayonet out, he took a step inside the portal. And at that moment, he felt like he was back in Africa. A memory of himself leading his subordinates into unknown land was overlapping with the present time. Calming his boiling blood down, he spoke. Let's go in. Brocken Castle didn't appear right beyond the portal. They must have judged that it was dangerous because someone could follow them like Boo had, so the path to the Brocken Castle was full of twists and turns. Each time Yi and Wu turned a corner, he saw different sights. W, who are you folks? You're the Walpurgisnacht, right? W, what are you? So I'm right. You easy bitches. I could smell something disgusting all the way over here. Sweep them all away. The witches were described as easy because they had given their bodies to demons. People had already come by where Yi and Wu and his party were moving through. The Red Dragon already invaded the secret locations and labs of Walpurgisnacht, and they were torturing the witches to find out more information. You dirty things. Why are you doing this to us? We don't have anything to do with this. Then why are you here? It was so we could confirm too. It's the truth, really. The purpose of their torture ranged from trying to confirm their suspicions of Walpurgisnacht. Oh, RC, clan. To confirming the information that they learned about the exact location of Walpurgisnacht and their other bases, and how their subordinates were organized. The Emerald Tablet was. The Emerald Tablet. Found in the Faust dungeon. It was an item from another world that Faust made with orders from Mephistopheles. Be more clear. I'll tell you. So, please. Please kill me. There was also information about the Emerald Tablet. We don't exactly know what that is either. All we know is that it's something mysterious from unknown gods. Unknown gods? What the witch confessed was that the information on the Emerald Tablet was something that had nothing to the gods and demons on the 98th floor, and of supernatural beings from a completely different world. Yi and Wu suddenly felt cold. The tower was a place with many different dimensions and worlds. With the different cultures, the tower was able to keep on growing. Even with that, the Philosopher's Stone was knowledge that most people weren't aware of. But Faust had used Mephistopheles to receive a part of the knowledge of the gods from other worlds and make the Emerald Tablet. A part, not everything. Then how far did the knowledge of the gods from other worlds reach? The problem was that there weren't any messages from the gods and demons about this. They had been busy sending him messages when they were bored, so why were they quiet about this? Yi and Wu wanted to hear the details, but the witches didn't know much. Since the person in charge of the Emerald Tablet was Viera Dune, the puzzle would be solved when she was caught. Also, it wasn't just the Red Dragon that was after Walpurgisnacht. I didn't think I would see you here. How dare you? The other clans that had been humiliated by the Red Dragon at the Kellet auction house showed up to bother them, and many rankers and clans made an alliance after hearing that the Emerald Tablet was from the Walpurgisnacht. Because of this, everywhere that Yi and Wu's party passed by was in ruins. The corpses littering the ground explained how bad the battle had been. In the midst of that, there were souls that hadn't moved on yet. Eat. Hey, we sound like your pets since you say it like that. Well, I'll dig in. He. I'll feel full for the first time in a long while. Shannon and Hanryong could consume the dead souls as much as they wanted. The attack of the Red Dragon, the witches that were being chased, and people that were following after them. The trick that Yi and Wu set up was becoming bigger. And as they walked, they arrived at their destination. You have entered the endless world of night. Warning, this is private property. Receive permission from the owner of this world. If you trespass, you may be very disadvantaged. What happens here won't be recorded by the tower. An ashy world appeared along with messages filled with warnings. Cliffs that soared meters into the sky covered the stars. The little canyons between the cliffs looked like complicated mazes, and even that was hard to tell for certain because of the fog. I guess witches are witches. Why is this place so creepy? Humans aren't creative at all. Yi and Wu agreed with Shannon, opening his draconic eyes to observe the canyons. There were flaws webbed everywhere. They must have been extra tight with security because even the draconic eyes weren't able to see how the canyons were made. Why is it so gloomy? This is why witches are told they're creepy. It's ghost world formation. Everyone turned to Brahm at what had said. A jihadish fog is artificially spread to give intruders illusions and fear and take away from their lifespans. It's difficult to deal with. Fog of blood. Yi and Wu was reminded of a skill that Bu had. The fog scratched at the lifespans of the enemies and buffed allies. What Brahm said about Bu being an outstanding black magician flashed through his head again. Can you get rid of it? Yi and Wu asked. Brahm shook his head with a sour smile. Maybe if I had the Book of Mercury, but I can't get rid of it. But I can decrease the effect it has on our allies. Galliard added on, then I'll help find the path. The skill that Galliard had, Fairy Eyes, helped him to find the truth, so it was useful. Also, he had the best eyesight out of them, so if the two of them worked together, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. As Brahm recited a spell, a blue effort wrapped around them. Brahm has cast Blessing, Curse Defense, on his allies. Brahm has cast Blessing, Immunity Increase, on his allies. The party has been made. Current members 4 quarters. ###. Galliard Finn Blackelvan, Fant Cheongram, Adora Cheongram. Yi and Wu felt strange about the party that was assigned by the system. It was normal for teams or clans to work together, but he had never imagined he would be in a party himself. Yi and Wu's name was still censored, and Brahm wasn't counted as a party member because he wasn't a player anymore. He could lightly sense the locations of his party members, so he would be able to find them even if they were split apart. 2 sudden quests have been created. Hidden Quest Field Arrest 1. Summary. A while ago, the Bureau decided on disciplinary action for the Red Dragon, who attacked the Kelet auction house for personal reasons. However, there is a limit to what the Bureau can do, so help is needed. Capture or kill the Red Dragon's players within the given time. You can take a percentage of the skills or artifacts of the ones you kill. Time limit. 3 days. Conditions of completion. Red Dragon members killed. Red Dragon buildings destroyed. Reward. The artifacts or skills of the one you killed. Additional rewards depending on karma. Hidden quest field arrest 2. Summary. Red Dragon is asking for an explanation from Walpurgisnacht after what happened. However, because they were denying all charges, the Summer Queen Ismenios has come to a decision. From now on, destroy and take everything related to Walpurgisnacht. Only the players and clans that contribute will receive rewards, and the top 3 players will be given Dragon's Blood. Time limit. None. Conditions of completion. Destruction of the Walpurgisnacht. Reward. Opening of Intrenian. If the conditions are met, Dragon's Blood. Hyungnim. Yeah, I saw. Vansh shouted in excitement. Yian-Wu shook his head looking at the quest window. So the Bureau stepped up. And the Red Dragon fought back without restraint. Like the summary in the quest windows, it was hard for the Bureau to touch the Red Dragon even if they gave them disciplinary action. That was how powerful the Red Dragon was. So the Bureau decided to give all players a quest to attack the Red Dragon. There was a time limit of 3 days, but the Red Dragon would have to expect some damage as punishment. However, the Summer Queen had cleverly reflected the damage they would get onto someone else. She had given the Walpurgisnacht as a sacrifice to draw attention away from the Red Dragon and gave rewards for the new quest. Of course, most players will attempt both quests. Just as Yian-Wu had planned, the entire tower was in pandemonium. Multiple variables could pop up, but one thing was for sure. The Walpurgisnacht is properly fucked. They already had a lot of eyes on them, but with the Red Dragon added to the mix. Braum must have been thinking the same thing as the smile didn't disappear from his face. He met Yian-Wu's eyes, and looked away, coughing lightly. Then, let's go. There's no time. Galliard was in the lead as the Pathfinder, Braum was in the center, Fant and Adora were standing to his side, and Yian-Wu watched the rear, in case of attack. The canyons were extremely creepy. The fog didn't disappear even as Braum and Galliard used magic and spirits, and they weren't able to see clearly. Yian-Wu sent his consciousness forward, hoping that he would see something, but he couldn't feel anything, like he was trying to grab air. Ki. When the wind crashed into the rough cliffs, it sounded like screams. And for some time, the party was able to see this as a bloody mess. There were traces of swords exchanged and corpses everywhere. Everything they had seen so far seemed like child's play. The problem was that party members and allies had fought amongst themselves. No, to be exact, it seemed like they had fought without caring about who they were attacking. It was a disaster. Braum had said that the Ghost World formation made people hallucinate and decreased their lifespans. It seemed like these people were its victims. Yian-Wu was able to tell his party members to be careful. But the moment he turned around, there was no one standing behind him. It was just filled with fog. What is this? Since when? Yian-Wu's eyes hardened. They had been swept up in the barrier and caught off guard. But to think Braum's buff would be broken this easily. He couldn't believe it, so he checked his body. However, the buff was still there. Then did it even trick buffs? This fog. Yian-Wu attempted to open his draconic eyes and extrasensory perception before it was too late. But just then, Oriboni. Adora's voice could suddenly be heard through the fog, and a black shadow approached him. There you are. Adora appeared through the fog. When her concern-filled eyes turned to those of relief. Sweck. Yian-Wu swung his magic bayonet without any hesitation. Adora's head was blown away. Click here to be a supporter and get 11 chapters ahead of time. Chapter 228 Witch Hunt 3. Adora's head rolled on the floor. Plop. Yian-Wu remained calm in a situation that anyone else would freak out in. Adora's head stopped next to some pebbles. Adora's body was still standing. Blood didn't spurt from her head. Just then, Adora's eyes came to life, and she smiled. Oriboni. That's not fair. Striking a weak girl like me with a sword. I didn't know you were like this. I'm disappointed. With those words, her body and head scattered into the fog, and a new form appeared in its place. Black mask and black clothes with Vigrid. It was like Yian-Wu's reflection in water. However, the aura from him was different. Rather than being pleasant, it was vicious. A doppelganger. So you know me. Most people don't. The doppelganger was busy giggling. As it did, Yi and Wu's eyes darkened. A doppelganger was a monster that imitated others. Because it doesn't have its own mind, it continued to mimic others, hoping to become complete by killing who it copied. However, it also had the desire to become stronger, so it couldn't stay as one being for too long. So Vieira used this aspect of the doppelgangers, saying that she could make fun experiments using this. Vieira Dune did all kinds of experiments to collect doppelgangers. What she mainly tested was learning. Doppelgangers usually lost all collected data when they switched over to a new personality. It was to prevent the confusion between identities. However, Vieira Dune continued to store this data. The reason why a doppelganger continued to change was to have its own identity, and she collected the recorded data to use it in another way. If it worked, the doppelganger would be able to continue growing while absorbing the abilities of others. That being seemed to fit the description in the diary. It's a test subject. Even after it changed from Adora to himself, the being didn't change much. Rather, it was exuding the aura of having multiple souls. Yi and Wu glanced around at the corpses around him. Their faces were all filled with shock and confusion. They had already been overwhelmed from the ghost world formation, but it seemed like it had become worse after meeting a doppelganger. How many of them are there? There would probably be plenty of Vieira Dune's test subjects around the Brocken castle. If beings like this were around, it wouldn't be easy to enter the castle in the center. A lot of clans would suffer from this. It was amusing. He had expected Vieira Dune to have done all kinds of things to protect the castle, but nothing like this. He had definitely made the right decision to make all the clans move. What are you thinking about? You dare to be distracted in front of me? The doppelganger frowned, its pride hurt. As it did, it spread its wings of fire and started to spew out a wave of heat. It had the same property and movements as Yi and Wu. It had mimicked him in that short time. Kwang, the doppelganger kicked up into the sky, flying towards Yi and Wu. But Yi and Wu just smirked. Shannon, Chechech. Suddenly, Yi and Wu's shadow stretched out, and Shannon appeared with his sword breaker. Clang, the doppelganger's sword was futilely blocked by Shannon. The sword breaker, wrapped in darkness, didn't move an inch. Just when the doppelganger's eyes widened in disbelief. What should I do? Capture him. There's a lot to find out. Sure, hee. Shannon laughed lightly, swinging the sword breaker. Clang, with the pure sound of metal, the doppelganger's sword was easily swept away. Shannon rapidly closed the distance between them, stretching his left hand out to grab its collar, and pinned it to the ground. Kwang, the ground sunk. The doppelganger struggled to escape, but because of the sword breaker that landed on its chest right after, it was fixed to the ground like a skewer. How? That's all you amount to? Isn't it? Even if a doppelganger had copying abilities, there were limits. The only reason why the doppelganger had reigned as the strongest was because of the ghost world formation. However, Yi and Wu wasn't affected in the slightest by it. The doppelganger couldn't even copy his powers, so of course it would fall behind. Furthermore, Shannon was a death noble, stronger than most monsters. His level was different from a mere doppelganger. I hope you last longer, buddy. Shannon laughed darkly, splitting the doppelganger in half. Kaesk, the doppelganger shouted in pain. But Shannon just laughed maniacally and swiped at the being. The doppelganger's body continued to restore itself, but Shannon repeatedly ripped it up. Meanwhile, Yi and Wu gave orders to Bu to set up a barrier so the witches couldn't observe them. Ha 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 ha, Shannon's lunatic laughter became louder. His demonic energy slowly crept into the skin of the being, amplifying the pain. Usually, being able to heal itself was a blessing to monsters, but it was nothing more than a curse right now. Ha, I think his personality changed a bit. Yi and Wu was deep in thought as he watched Shannon. Even though Shannon seemed flippant, he actually had a serious side to him. He had never seen Shannon like this before. Had he changed after becoming a death noble? If it was a change for the worse, he would have to interfere. But nothing was certain yet, so he decided to observe further. Please. The doppelganger eventually surrendered. Tisk. What the heck? It was just getting fun. Can't you take it a bit more? Ha. Brr. At this moment, Shannon seemed crueler than his owner in the doppelganger's eyes. It looked at Yi and Wu with pleading eyes. Yi and Wu uncrossed his arms and slowly approached it. Yi and Wu learned a lot from the doppelganger. The seal of restraints was on it in case of betrayal, but that was easily taken care of by Bu. When the last of its binds were untied, the doppelganger told them everything so he could die as fast as possible. It knew quite a lot, from how the canyons were formed, the weaknesses of the ghost world formation, methods to escape the fog and find your way, to information about Walpurgisnacht. It was only a test subject, but it had seen many things during the time it lived in the Brocken castle. However, that was all it knew. It didn't know about the details. So you don't know how to break the ghost world formation? B. Because Pitaya is in charge of the territory. I don't know, so please. It didn't look like a doppelganger anymore in its condition. Its body was ruined like a broken doll. All it could do was open its mouth. It begged to be killed now that it had spoken about everything, but... Wait, Yin Wu cut him off. What? You said Pitaya, right? Is she around here? Why, yes. The doppelganger instinctively knew this was how it could die comfortably, and it quickly shouted before Yin Wu could change his mind. B. Because there are so many intruders. She said it was an emergency. Pitaya's in charge of getting rid of as many intruders as possible using the ghost world formation. Is she watching us right now? She's probably busy focusing on the Elohim right now. Is that so? Yin Wu stroked his chin. Like Dark and Margaret, Pitaya was one of the first witches who created Walpurgisnacht. Her ability was clairvoyance. Usually, she watched things through her crystal and supported those on the front lines. It seemed like that was the case this time as well. Yin Wu had confirmed that Ione and the rest of the Elohim had entered the ghost world formation. Pitaya would definitely have her plate full taking care of them. It meant that it was the perfect time to attack her from behind. Where is she? Thankfully, the doppelganger was linked with Pitaya, and it knew her general location. When there wasn't anything more to learn, Yin Wu turned to speak to Shannon. I'm going to use it for Sesha to test, so tie it up and put it inside Intrenian. Sesha was absorbed with research about alchemy these days. She would like this if it was given to her as a present. I'll even decorate it nicely with a ribbon. Wait, you said you would kill me if... The doppelganger shouted with a pale face. However, Yin Wu just smirked. When did I say that? Shit, you son of a bitch. You won't be comfortable in death. I already know I can't go to heaven when I die, so you don't have to worry about that. Stay away. The doppelganger squirmed in Shannon's hands, but it couldn't do anything. Yin Wu called Hanryong and Rebecca while its screams were ringing out. You guys heard, right? Save the others according to what it said. Yes, sir. You're going by yourself? Rebecca asked with a concerned face. The first witches were so powerful that even most rankers didn't touch them. But Yin Wu just grinned and shook his head. She's only skilled in magic, she's nothing in battle. Also. His eyes flashed icily. I'm not weak anymore. Shit, Pitaya pulled her hair out looking at the crystal. Her sisters had always been jealous of her silky hair, but it was tousled badly right now. It was because of the images in the crystal. The crystal reflected was happening in the canyons. And of course, the canyons were a mess. Most people were taken care of with the ghost world formation and the doppelgangers, but the problem lay with those who weren't. The Red Dragon, the Elohim, the Devil Army, the Sea of Time, all the large clans, and several high rankers. They were after the Red Dragon as well as the Emerald Tablet. When the quest suddenly popped up, players continued to flow in. It was because the Red Dragon released the coordinates. Because of that, she was going crazy as the person in charge. The cores that made up the ghost world formation were being destroyed, and all the test subjects and chimeras that were protecting the castle were being massacred. The young witches and first witches were dying out, and it seemed to be a matter of time before the castle walls would be broken through. She was blocking them off, but she couldn't do a 10-person job by herself, so she needed to find another way. Margaret is headed for the Red Dragon and Dark said she would go for the Sea of Time. Different strategies flashed through her head. The problem is the Elohim. For some reason, the Elohim was working harder than the Red Dragon. It was of utmost importance that they were taken care of. Just when she clenched her teeth, Pitaya instinctively looked back in surprise from the uneasiness she felt. She was met with 2 will-o'-the-wisps. They were horrendous will-o'-the-wisps that caused shivers to go down your back just by looking at them. Her face paled. A dagger flew at her. Kook, cuck. She rolled on the floor from the chest-splitting pain. The tablet fell over, and the crystal cracked as it hit the floor. Yin Wu was coldly smiling on top of her body, burning the will-o'-the-wisps above his eyes. How? She had definitely closed this area off with magic. Pattaya couldn't believe it had been broken through. Also, she should have felt his presence. Extrasensory perception, synchronization, shunpo. Yi and Wu used the two skills to hide his presence. With Bu's black magic added on top of that, no one would have been able to realize he was approaching. Unless it was a high ranker with impeccable senses, it was impossible to sense him. I have a lot to ask, but you probably won't answer them, right? Just kill me. I will. What? Yi and Wu swiped Pattaya's neck with the magic bayonet. Pattaya's eyes widened because she didn't think he would just kill her, but her life ended there. Then, Yi and Wu absorbed her corpse and soul with the Batory's vampiric sword. As he did, most of her vestige came over. There were things about the general situation of Walpurgisnacht, and information about the Brocken Castle in Ananta. Yi and Wu soon frowned. Ananta is locked underground in the castle. So that was why she hadn't contacted Brahm recently. She was caught by Viera. The good thing was that she was still alive. But her condition was critical. They needed to find her fast. Bu, if you learn anything else, let me know right away. Yes, sir. Bu had regained most of his abilities as a witch doctor. Because of that, he could control souls extraordinarily. There was no need to torture them like before. Meanwhile, Yi and Wu moved to his next prey, as quietly and stealthily as possible. He couldn't be caught. If he continued to go up, he would arrive where Viera and Ananta were. Whoosh. Chapter 229 Witch Hunt 4. Quakwong. Quong. Quong. Fuck. Tom cursed as he saw the meteorite on the ground. Every time he screamed, the scales on his skin shook. His scales were red from fury. These rat-like bitches dare. He had barely recovered from the fear of the hallucinations and the chimeras in the ghost world formation, but witches had suddenly appeared from the sky. They were just trash that wouldn't have been difficult to deal with, but they were blocking the red dragon from the safety of the sky on their broomsticks. The problem was that he couldn't touch them. This was all because of the first witch Margaret, who wasn't coming down from the sky. She was wrapped in purple light, pouring out all kinds of magic. She stopped the red dragon from moving by controlling gravity and covered the witches around her with barriers to defend them. Also, meteorites were falling from the sky like rain, and the ground was doing impossible things like enlarging and shrinking. Was that witch's magic power limitless? Even if she had a lot, she should have dried out by now from using magic like that. But Margaret didn't even seem tired. Rather, the longer she went on, the more rosy her cheeks became, and the level of the magic was also becoming stronger. Walk. Just then, a purple light shined around Margaret again. It was an ominous and creepy light. At first, it had been subtly shining like a star, but it was now as bright as a full moon. Mere witches couldn't continue doing these miraculous things. Then that only left one possibility. The Philosopher's Stone. That's what that bitch is using. And it was a Philosopher's Stone that was assimilated to her body. It was similar to the aura of the Summer Queen. It was definite proof that this case was related to the Walpurgisnacht. The medicine to heal the Summer Queen was right in front of him, but he felt like he was going to go crazy not being able to approach the witches. Beginning. Dangi has died. There's no way this can go on. Troy approached him with a crumpled face. Dangi. She was one of the 81 eyes who moved with Tom and Troy. She was the weakest of them, but a high ranker was still a high ranker. That was how bad the situation was. Tom grit his teeth. If only they could get that bitch, the path would clear up. But no matter how many times he activated his signature skill, it didn't affect Margaret. When Margaret flipped her hand over earlier, she lifted the ground. Thanks to that, the red dragon had to suffer the humiliation of losing 1/3 of their forces. They couldn't retreat now that they were here either. The Summer Queen was dying at a rapid pace. They had to find the Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible. Retreating in this kind of urgent situation? No way. They didn't have any second chances. He was also uneasy because the Elohim had moved before them. If they got the real tablet, everything would go down the drain. They were short on time. Anxiety and time were pressing at him. All kinds of factors were stressing him out. They wouldn't come out successful at this rate. Tom eventually decided to ask for more help. Currently, only a part of their forces were in the endless world of night. It was because they needed to stop the attack from others. It was also to quickly react when other information was found out. But since it was confirmed that the Philosopher's Stone was here, he didn't have to worry about that. I'll have to see those bastards. He didn't want to see his brothers' faces, but he didn't have anywhere else to turn to. He was about to contact them but, Quong, he heard something explode in the sky. It was enough to shake the ground as well as the outer space. Tom and Troy's gazes were naturally drawn up. The other players of the Red Dragon looked who had been dealing with the meteorites looked up as well. A fire was spreading where the witches were gathered. It was a pitch-black fire. Tom, who had seen his mother control several fires, had never seen this color before. It was dark as the night, and the blackish fire emanated a heat that was hotter than most fires. It was probably the fire that one would experience in hell. The explosion that had begun from Margaret instantly spread to the other witches and soared up even higher in the sky. The atmosphere boiled, and the aftereffects quickly came down. Plop plop plop. From the pieces that were falling like hail, Margaret's head was included. But even that was burned black before it arrived at the ground. What is this? Tom was flustered at the sight that he never would have imagined. Why had there suddenly been an explosion, and why was Margaret dead? Did the Philosopher's Stone explode because she hadn't used her magic properly? Whatever the reason was, one thing was clear. This was their chance. Now, run, we have to arrive before the Elohim. With Tom and Troy at the lead, the hundreds of players from the Red Dragon began to run. Beyond the twisted canyons, they could see a sharp mountain that looked like it was poking the sky. This strange sight wasn't just happening in front of Red Dragon. Why so suddenly? Mysterious explosions occurred all over. The first witches that had miraculously pushed the intruders into a corner suddenly burned to death without even being able to scream. Thanks to that, the players who had been caught up in the ghost world formation were freed. These witch bitches definitely have something. Let's take it. Finders keepers. The rate at which they progressed increased. The enemies are near. We have to stop them. Everyone, be prepared for death. Great Mother is with us. Even if we die, we can live forever in her arms, so don't spare your lives. The Brocken Castle was at the tip of the sharp mountain beyond the maze-like canyons. It was surrounded with firm walls, and it was where most of the witches' powers were amplified because it was closest to the moon. The witches gave off an ominous aura flying down on their broomsticks with their pointed hats. From the first witches who were birthed from the Great Mother, young witches that had just begun to learn the laws of witches, to the witches who had never left the castle before, all the witches in the tower moved busily. A few years ago, Heaven Wing Cha Jungwoo had attacked the castle, but it hadn't been this bad. The level of danger was completely different. It was something that could determine whether a clan would survive or not. The large clans and high rankers were backing the witches into a corner. They were even using the power of the Great Mother, but the canyons would crumble at this rate. Just now, the Monster World Formation was bypassed. The Disaster World Formation and Underworld Formation have both been activated. There were 5 world formations that defended them: Ghost World Formation, Monster World Formation, Disaster World Formation, Underworld Formation, and Calamity World Formation. It wasn't just the Emerald Tablet that they found in the Faust dungeon. The magic knowledge they found was enough to create an entire archive, and the Walpurgisnacht used what they needed to protect themselves. That was also why the accomplishments of the witches had recently improved. But no matter how outstanding a barrier it was, with the attack from the most skilled in the tower, the castle seemed like a sandcastle. Or is it that we've been able to get this far because of the 5 barriers? Dark clenched her teeth. As a first witch birthed by the Great Mother, this danger seemed especially out of the blue. If only this happened a little later. Just where had things gone wrong? From when Ananta stole test subject BX_71? Or when the Emerald Tablet was stolen from Leonte? Or from when the Great Mother had gone silent? No, even with all the variables, they had done what they needed to do. And they were on the brink of having the Great Mother descend. It was probably when the tablet was put to bid at Kellett Auction House. The Walpurgisnacht realized that something was wrong, and they would be blamed. The problem was, they didn't have a clue who the real culprit was. It would definitely be a well-known player if they were powerful enough to move the Red Dragon and shake the tower up. But they couldn't close in on anyone. Brahm, he might have done this to rescue Ananta. No, it's not him. It's true the exile is smart, but many are needed to plot this. People who are clever, but he's not. Just who is it? Dark's head was dizzy, but she couldn't find the answer. I need to focus on stopping them first. It's not too late to find the culprit after that. Normally, the Walpurgisnacht wouldn't have been able to stop all the intruders with what they had, but Dark was confident. They had a secret weapon other than the magic and barriers from the Faust dungeon. The Philosopher's Stone. It was a weak prototype that couldn't even be called the Philosopher's Stone, but it was effective enough. It was incomparable to the tablet on the Kellett auction house. It was the pure philosopher's stone that was made with the actual emerald tablet. The first witches had philosopher's stones like these. If these were used, and the young witches went to the forefront and fought using guerrilla warfare, they would be able to stop the invaders. The reason why the Red Dragon and other intruders hadn't passed the Ghost World formation was all thanks to this stone. Dark was trying to stop the Sea of Time. They were almost matched with the Red Dragon in terms of power, but their numbers were relatively lower. Jing. She heard the notifying magic that enemies were coming. Dark put the philosopher's stone in her mouth. Everyone prepare for Wah! The smell of blood. Dark widened her eyes at the smell of blood that wafted from the canyons. Just then, a dark shadow covered her head. Dark turned to look in that direction. 2 will-o'-the-wisps were right in front of her. Hup! Dark quickly turned to get off of her broom. But the sword already passed through her left shoulder. Her left arm was severed from her body and flew in the air. The culprit, Dark was able to know as soon as she saw the masked player with wings of fire. She didn't know if it was the leader or an underling, but it was clear that it wasn't the Sea of Time. I have to tell Viera. The young witches with Dark were all dead to her now. The player was so quick that even she couldn't see him properly, so they wouldn't be able to avoid it. It was her fault for realizing too late. She needed to fix her mistake. She had to tell Viera that there was a dangerous person like this. And until she received an answer, she had to keep him busy. Dark turned her magic power to the philosopher's stone in her mouth. With this, all kinds of things were possible. A miraculous stone, that was what the philosopher's stone meant to the witches. She would be able to stop that player that was either brave or foolish for having come here. However, what? Dark's eyes widened. The philosopher's stone didn't move. It was just a stone. Like it was broken. She had checked that it worked properly before she left the tower. Why was it suddenly broken? Just then, the masked person lightly flipped his body and approached Dark. She shivered at the creepy will-o'-the-wisps beyond his mask. But Dark soon blinked at what he said. It won't work. Probably. What? Because that's what happened for the rest of them. Single quote exclamation mark single quote. He spoke like he had been responsible for that. What kind of? The moment Dark's eyes widened, the masked player rushed at her to put his magic bayonet into her left chest. Ting! The magic organ was completely cut off. Dark's eyes became bloodshot. Yian Wu extended his hand to grab Dark's head. He could see her eyes filled with terror through his hands. The black fire from Yian Wu's fingertips covered Dark's head. Up! Up! Dark shouted in fear, but she was soon burned to a crisp. 42. Yian Wu counted the number of witches he had taken care of, tossing Dark's corpse onto the ground. Her head broke apart, and a purple stone was left behind. Chech. Just then, Yian Wu's shadow stretched out as Bu appeared to absorb the philosopher's stone. Purple fire glimmered in the eye sockets of the skull. Good job. I'm honored to obey your orders. Bu bowed. Controlling the philosopher's stones of the witches was all thanks to him. With the knowledge that he had learned researching the philosopher's stone, Bu knew the sole weakness of the philosopher's stone. To be exact, it was a weakness that Yian Wu, who succeeded, didn't have, but the witches had. Because the philosopher's stone was perfect, it didn't need any interference with magic power from the outside after it was complete. Bu had used this to block the flow of magic power to make the stones the witches had just normal stones. With Yian Wu's quiet movements on top of that, the witches fell like autumn leaves. It was important to save Ananta right away, but it wasn't good to let the Walpurgisnacht succeed in their defense. Everyone had to keep on attacking each other and eating away at each other's forces. It's done. Yian Wu coldly smiled seeing Bu done absorbing the philosopher's stone. The person who had gained the most from the attack was probably Bu. Chapter 230 Witch Hunt 5. The Red Dragon and the other clans moved along the path Yian Wu had opened. The Elohim were at the very front, reaching the end of the canyons. Suddenly, Ione, who was in the lead, paused. Is it cleared? Those witches. There's nothing they can do. Ione grimaced at the presences he could feel behind him. His eyes were shining a gold color. Not a lot of people knew this, but Ione was blind. No, to be exact, he was born blind. But he was able to become one of the most skilled people in his family, the Protogonoi family, because of one thing. Less than omniscient viewpoint. Greater than it was the ability that was passed down in his family. Omniscient viewpoint was similar to Alpharon's Thousand Li eyes in many ways. Tn. Thousand eyes changed to Thousand Li eyes for accuracy. Li is a unit of measurement. However, unlike the thousand Li eyes that allowed the user to see wherever they wanted, omniscient viewpoint only allowed the user to look through the eyes of things called wards. Ione had placed his wards throughout Brocken Castle, and he was able to quickly pass through the 5 barriers and watch the movements of those behind him. He could see that the red dragon and the others were quickly catching up. They had put some distance between them, but the others might reach where they were. Ione was extremely dissatisfied that someone was following them. The Elohim, with the blood of the gods, had to be in the lead at all times. They couldn't allow others to catch up. And only the Elohim deserved a holy item like the Philosopher's Stone. Ether. Ione picked out one of the many subordinates following him. Ether flinched. He had realized what Ione was going to say. His face turned frantic. Ione, stop the people behind us from advancing. As for why you have to do that, I'm sure I don't have to say. Ione gave Ether a sharp look. Ether bit his lower lip. The reason why Ione was being like that was simple. He was telling him to make up for not catching the baby dragon human. Since the incident had also resulted in the death of Hemera, a promising clan member, Ione's attitude was to be expected. Yes, sir. Understood. Eventually, Ether had to listen to Ione. It wasn't just Ione who was glaring at him. The Senate, Consul, and even the heads of some families were looking at him with all kinds of emotions. Discomfort, contempt, hate, dissatisfaction, pessimism. There wasn't a single positive gaze among them. Shit. Their arrogant eyes were always the problem. They treated him like this just because he was his father's child, although he had worked so hard to assimilate with them. He backstabbed Arthea and did other disgusting things. He worked like a dog that always wagged its tail for its owner. But you still. But he was always alone. The Senate membership was just a nominal position. He had nothing else to his name. So Ether had reached out to the Devil Army. What he needed was acknowledgement, and he thought that he could properly prove himself here. If only he comes down. Then, I'll make you lick my feet. You disgusting sons of bitches. And like that, Ether watched the 70 of them continue to climb up with Ione at the lead. His clenched fists shook. Sir. Ether swallowed his anger as he turned to his subordinate. His eyes were coldly calm. What about Ione's wards? They're not here, right? Yes. It's been confirmed. Those bastards. They think we'll die here. The fact that they hadn't set up any wards here meant that they were being used as a throwaway card. They probably thought he was only useful enough to tie the red dragon down. But Ether didn't plan on suffering like Ione thought. Everyone, release the demon eyes, Mo Yan. With those orders, an intense demonic energy began to whirl around Ether and the others. A thin line of blood was drawn on their foreheads, and a signia appeared. It was a signia with 3 circles that looked like eyes inside of a triangle. Demon eyes. It was a brand that was only allowed to servants of the demons. Waak. And the demonic energy that Ether, a potential candidate to replace Yevich, the 9th bishop, was exuding, wasn't normal. Black fog was glittering behind him like light. It was a symptom of borrowing the demon's strength. What is it, Ether? Just then, Kindred reached out to Ether with telepathy after reading the change. Kindred and the other devil army were following after the Elohim through the path that Ether taught them. Ether explained the situation he was in, about having to stop the red dragon and the others. When he was done, he spoke about why he contacted them. So if you help, stupid fool, It was a cold voice. Ether shut his lips, his fists shook. This tone, emotion, the scoff, it was all too familiar to him. You can't even do that. Useless. Tisk. Kindred continued after clicking his tongue. No, it might be for the better. You said you wanted to be the 9th bishop. Yes, I dared to. Then, that test will be administered here. Ether squeezed his eyes, trying to focus. Where you're standing right now is a place that has to be passed to arrive at the castle. Like Ione said, protect that place as best as you can. Kindred's voice was cold as ice, but Ether clenched his fists with determination. This was a chance, the last one. And he laughed at himself. Arthea, the Elohim, and the Devil Army. He had sought after a place for him, but there wasn't anywhere for him. Same as in the past, he was struggling by himself. Is this a curse? Jungwoo, your soul is still binding me. Ether felt Kindred and the other bishops moving away, and he kicked off the ground with his subordinates. They looked like a pack of starved wolves spilling demonic energy behind them. Just then, familiar people appeared. It was the Red Dragon. The Elohim, the Devil Army, what are they? Tom scowled at the appearance of a disruptor, since they were already behind the Elohim. But regardless of that, Ether jumped off the ground and landed on Tom. In his right hand was the power of the Devil Army, and in his left hand was the power he stole from his little sister. Flash, less than demonic soul greater than. Less than white light, 1,000 lights greater than. A white light covered the Red Dragon. Move, you mongrel. Tom was planning on using the dragon's power of elemental contact to twist the space around Ether, but then. Quack-quack-quong, tens of lightning bolts fell from the sky. I barely lost them. The bow god Jiang Wei pressed his left arm to stop the bleeding and tied it up with a bandage. But his entire body was already wrapped in bandages, so this new one didn't really stand out. The chase of the one-horned tribe had made Jiang Wei's mind lose hope. They continued to follow Jiang Wei as if they knew exactly where he was, and even pushed him to the brink of death several times. Jiang Wei had barely escaped, but he couldn't stop the injuries he was receiving day by day. And when the martial king himself appeared, he struck terror into Jiang Wei's heart. Jiang Wei had been confident in his martial arts. He was Huyi's apostle Tian, Yi changed to Huyi for accuracy, and he hadn't forgotten his training either. But meeting the martial king was like meeting a wall. It was a wall that you couldn't break down or crack. A monster even amongst the 9 kings. He felt like he knew why the arrogant summer queen avoided confrontations with the martial king. The feeling of being chased without being able to rest was so fun. It was the best. It was like living on Earth, the feeling of being able to die anytime. Being a high ranker, he had moved further away from the concept of death, but he felt like that feeling was coming back now. His heart beat faster. Sister, I think there's still a long time to go until I see you. Right. Jiang Wei was busy giggling. But even so, he couldn't continue this dangerous lifestyle. He needed somewhere to rest for a while. Only then would he be able to properly fight against the one-horned tribe. Jiang Wei wanted to land an arrow in the martial king's head at least once. Somewhere to hide. Somewhere to hide. Where would be a good place? He needed somewhere to hide his presence. It might have been better to hide amongst many. While he was busy contemplating, a ripped piece of paper suddenly came at him. Jiang Wei read it out of boredness and his eyes changed. They're recruiting mercenaries. Mercenary recruitment notice. The West Wind Union is scouting mercenaries. The objective of this recruitment is for the fight against the Walpurgisnacht. The price can be dealt with separately from the quest's rewards. Now that he thought about it, he heard about something like this while he was on the run. The Bureau was furious at the Red Dragon for attacking the Kelet auction house, probably. He didn't look too much into it because he was busy with the martial king, but Walpurgisnacht, he became interested. If it was the West Wind Union, it was the largest scale union out of all the unions. It was perfect to hide himself. And he had run out of money right now. Since the other large clans are involved in it too, it might be a good chance to dip the one-horned tribe in the mud if needed. When it was hard to catch your prey, it was best to pull it into a busy environment. Jiang Wei wet his lips. Prey, he liked that word. He wanted to catch the martial king. The hoarder. It would be nice if he was here too. This is the list of mercenaries who participated. Atran's eyes shined looking at the list his subordinate brought. Fucking bastards. After the auction became messed up because of the Red Dragon, his reputation also came crumbling down, just like the auction house. The union avoided him, and the VVIPs turned their backs on him. He hadn't done anything wrong in particular, but it was an unspoken rule that a merchant who failed to oversee an auction couldn't survive on this floor. He had basically lost everything. But there was still one thing he had. Money. He had the wealth that he collected when he distributed the VVIP invitations. Atran gathered all his wealth to use mercenaries for revenge. There were S-class mercenaries like Black Skull and Twice, solo players like the Ice King, and others. Like that, he had gathered about 500 mercenaries. They were all rankers. That wasn't all. He made contacts with 3 different assassin guilds, Blade Assassin, Moon Shadow, and Black Hand. They were all famous in this field. However, he hadn't explicitly said that he was after the Red Dragon when he recruited them. It wasn't because he was scared of the Red Dragon. It was because plainly taking revenge like that wasn't Atran's taste. Getting in their way and making a mess. That's what I should do. Taking what the Red Dragon wanted from right in front of them would be the sweetest revenge. And this was also a new chance for Atran. If he could have the real tablet, he would be able to move on from this. Of course, it was a gamble, but he had always gone all in since he was young. The red dragon, I'll rip you apart. The paper crumpled in Atran's hand. And that night, another large portal was opened to the Brocken castle. Team HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. The mercenary group entered the canyons as soon as they passed the portal. Atran was among them. In a normal situation, he wouldn't have participated, as he never put himself in danger, but he was boiling with rage. He wanted to see the red dragon in despair for himself. But when he entered the monster world formation, he realized something was wrong. What is this? There were traces of vicious fights, and there were even famous rankers among the dead bodies. It was filled with monstrous-looking chimeras as well. Because of that, Atran and the others struggled quite a bit. Stop the attack. It's an attack from above. Take your aim. The mercenaries moved frantically to push the chimeras back, and the assassin guilds jumped out from the darkness to kill them. But the group's synchronization wasn't great, so they continued to lose players. And since the witches appeared occasionally to bother them. It's a witch. She's using magic again. Dispel. Use dispel. You son of a bitch. It's open there. Ac. When they entered the disaster world formation, their force of 500 had shrunk to 100. But there were those who stood out. Black Skull, twice, and the Ice King. However, people's gazes moved to the others. Poopapong. The witch was hit. That bitch is dead. How was she hit? There should be a barrier. Every time Jiang Wei, who was disguised as someone else, pulled his bow, the heads of the witches exploded like watermelons. Quatch watch walk. He swept them away in one stroke. Monster. And a mysterious person covered in a black robe swept away the monsters around him. Thanks to these two, the damage didn't worsen, and they were able to arrive at the Calamity World formation. The S-class mercenaries were envious of them, but that wasn't what the lower-level mercenaries thought. Thanks to those two, most of their lives were saved, and they didn't even feel jealous because the gap in their skills was too great. However, the problem was that no one knew their identities. Just who are they? If they were that strong, they were probably high rankers. But no one could guess who they were. The same went for Atran. Jiang in turn, those are probably nicknames. When he first employed them, they didn't show their skills, so they were assigned as D-class. That was why he didn't know how powerful they were. Atran attempted to engage in conversation with them to become closer to them. But every time he did, the two just replied curtly. The conversations didn't go on for long. But they were still doing everything they needed to do. Atran didn't have anything else to talk to them about. I think the Red Dragon and the Elohim are fighting ahead. When Moon Shadow brought new information, having scouted ahead, the atmosphere became stiff. The Red Dragon and the Elohim. The leader of Moon Shadow, Crescent, heavily nodded his head. Yes, I think it's the beginning, Tom, and Ether. Atran was lost in thought for a moment. His goal was to hurt the Red Dragon, but there wasn't any need to put themselves in danger. Is there another way to get to the fortress? I think we can avoid the two if we go through the bypass. Crescent's words trailed off. He probably meant that it was dangerous to go through the bypass. Atran glanced at where Jiang and Turn were. The two were silently sitting a bit apart from the others. Eventually, Atran came to his decision and looked back at Crescent. Then if we go through the bypass, can we get to the fortress? I'm asking if it's possible. Yes, it's possible. Then let's do that. We have to get the real tablet. Atran's eyes flashed fiercely. Dune, we have to establish countermeasures. Dune, please. The Brocken fortress was noisy. The witches had faces showing their urgency. Just a few hours ago, they had been confident they could fend off attacks from all the large clans. If they had the knowledge and the Philosopher's Stones, they thought they would be equivalent to the 8 large clans, that they could surpass them. And things had been going smoothly until a mysterious explosion suddenly occurred. Dune, the witches left in the fortress held onto Vieira Dune with despairing faces. They needed to set up countermeasures. But Vieira Dune just closed her eyes. She didn't say anything, her pale face looked even whiter than normal. As she did, the witches felt themselves becoming even more desperate. All their forces were outside of the fortress, ordered to stop their enemies, and they continued to be wiped out by the explosions. There were only scholars left in there. If the fortress was broken through, it was really the end for them. The Sea of Time has arrived at the north entrance. The West Wind mercenaries are quickly approaching through the bypass. In about 15 minutes, they'll arrive at the west entrance. At the south entrance the Trafalgar clan. Rancor Sean. The Elohim is right about to pierce through the door. The barrier is almost down. Dune, please make your decision. The longer the reports of the young witches went on, the more frantic the witches became. But Vieira Dune just stood still. The only motion recognizable was her green hair slightly shaking through her pointed hat. Suddenly, the sound of a rock the size of a house falling onto the lake could be heard. The one-horned tribe H has arrived at the G Ghost World Formation. What? Why are they here? The Monster World Formation, the Disaster World Formation, and the Underworld Formation have broken. They entered the Calamity World Formation. What are you talking about? Even if it's broken, there's no way it would be destroyed that quick. It's the Martial King. The Martial King has arrived. Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. News of the Martial King's appearance made them go into shock. We're done for. That was all that they could think of. They didn't know why the Martial King had appeared, nor why the one-horned tribe, who didn't care about the happenings of the tower, was here. But one thing was for sure. The clan couldn't survive like this. This was a disaster. Defeat was written on the witches' faces. A heavy atmosphere descended. Just then, Vieira Dune opened her eyes. They were white eyes without any pupils. The leader of all witches and the manifestation of the Great Mother slowly opened her mouth. Mother has spoken. Color started to flow back into the witches' faces again. The Great Mother, the being that had birthed them but had not been answering their questions recently, returned to save her daughters from danger. What did Mother say, Dune? Someone asked, but Vieira Dune stood up silently. We have to go to the lab before they come. The answer will be there. So everyone, please hold on a while longer. Vieira Dune's voice quietly rang out. Mother will soon arrive to take care of her lacking daughters. Quang! With the sound of a gigantic explosion, the barrier of 9 layers broke like glass, and the door of the fortress blew away. The Elohim had succeeded in breaking through the fortress first. Amidst all the dust, Ione spoke in a low voice. We'll enter now. Kill all witches you see. They're only dirty prostitutes who sold their souls to demons anyway. They have to disappear forever. However, leave their lab and archives intact. After the forbidden knowledge is separated, everything else will be taken. The players of the Elohim all looked sharply around and jumped forward. Mere prostitutes had held them back until now, so they were planning on destroying them as soon as they saw them. Everyone moved at the speed of light. And from far away, there was someone watching them. I don't have to do any work. Yian-Wu smirked on a tree nearby. Not only did they kill all witches they met, they broke the door of the fortress. He was thankful for that. It would have been nice if they did good acts like that from the beginning. Yian-Wu pulled out Vigrid as he was thinking this. Playtime was over. It was true he was thankful to them, but he wasn't going to let them have Vieira Dune's head. I'll set them back a bit. Yian-Wu activated his powers in succession. Dragon Body Awakening, 3rd step. Stigmata of the Goddess. Hyangshan Axle. Dragon's blood circulated around his body as scales popped up. Yian-Wu poured magic power into Vigrid with all the buffs he received. At the same time, he didn't suppress the devilish aura he was emitting. Wave of Fire. 72 Bian. Yul. Pa. Chom. The trajectory of Vigrid's black fire landed on top of the escaping Elohim's head. Quaquaquang. Quaquaca. Its effects were spectacular. Before the Elohim could do anything, the black fire swept away all the Elohim at the front, and even shook where Ione was. When Bu added supporting magic on top of that, the explosions continued to sweep the Elohim away, and it became chaotic where they were standing. ACCCK. Just when. Save me. The continued waves of heat and its aftereffects didn't let them rest. They couldn't know how great the damage was, how much they were hurt, where their comrades were, or when another attack was going to happen. They couldn't even move their bodies. The combination of Bu and Yian-Wu was much more destructive than expected. Meanwhile, Yian-Wu grew his wings of fire and flew into the fortress above where they were. I will show you the map. Bu threw the map he got from the witches to Yian-Wu. A 3D representation of the locations of the buildings and even where Yian-Wu was marked blue on the map. It's like a navigation system. Yian-Wu moved towards where it was marked green, where Ananta was, and into the underground prison. He didn't get caught by the witches. Rather, he killed those around him with aura when he found them through extrasensory perception, not making a single sound. When he arrived, Yian-Wu gathered his magic power and spoke. Boo, when I move into the prison, take care of everything underground. Yes, sir. It wasn't just the prison underground. The underground was more complex than the fortress, and there were labs, magic archives, and even storage rooms with treasures in them. They were all treasures that the witches of the Walpurgisnacht collected over time. And on the 7th underground floor, the real emerald tablet was secretly kept. Yin Wu didn't need it, but there was no need to let others have it. He was planning on taking everything he wanted before the Elohim or the Red Dragon got there. Since Boo knew all the secrets of the Brocken Fortress, it was definitely possible. It seemed like there were a few guardians here and there, but he didn't worry about it. After having eaten multiple Philosopher's Stones on the way here, Boo was already strong enough. Inferno sight had grown in his eyes, so if he surpassed the final limits of his current status, he would be able to rise to an Elder Lich. He must remember some things about his life as well. I should ask him when this is done. With that in mind, Yin Wu kicked the door down with all his strength. As he did, the ground exploded, and a hole that went 6 floors down was created. Feeling Boo leave his shadow, Yin Wu dropped to the 6th floor. Yin Wu felt a sense of déjà vu. There were glass coffins on the walls. Inside the coffins, people were sleeping in a purple liquid. It was a color similar to the Philosopher's Stone. It was the same sight that he saw when Orangdan had been making the Philosopher's Stone. Each glass coffin was connected with pipes to the center, and inside, Ananta was in a deep slumber. As if she was a sleeping princess in a forest, waiting for her prince. Click here to be a supporter and get 11 chapters ahead of time. Chapter 232 Witch Hunt 7. What's this? You look like a dried-up kernel of corn. Ananta was memorable since the first time we met. My comrades all laughed, and Viera Dune shook her head. I suddenly really wanted to look at a mirror. I didn't think I was ugly. Did I really look that bad? Anyways, Ananta was always close to crossing the line, saying mean things like that like it was nothing. She had a sharp atmosphere around her that made it hard to approach her. That was why the team members laughed, but they asked me again and again why we had to keep her close. However, why did she look like a dog that was all bark and no bite to me? I wanted to become closer to her, even if that wasn't part of the conditions that Brahm outlined. His brother said the impression he got from Ananta was that she was venomous. Also, it was that she was lonely. Her loneliness behind her frozen exterior was what pulled his brother towards her. Since he always stuck his nose in others' businesses. Though he used to be holed up in his room all the time, he quickly caught onto things and often interfered. At first, Ananta was annoyed that his brother kept on following her around. She continued to insult him and even attacked him with a sword later on. Sighing, she relented to his pleas to become her friend and asked him a question. Do you like me? No, I have a girlfriend. Then what is it? Why are you bothering me? Go ahead, tell me to meet that geezer. I'll cut your tongue out right after. So you're saying that you won't use your sword if I don't tell you to meet Brahm, right? We'll see. He. I'll play with you. What? Your bark is fierce, but your eyes are sparkling like a puppy. So I'll play with you. Aren't you grateful? You won't ever find a friend like. Seriously, this bastard. You said you wouldn't use your sword. No one knew what she was thinking as they engaged in playful conversations like that. However, one thing was for sure. These conversations marked the start of Ananta opening up to Jungwoo. Arthea was sick of Ananta's insults and didn't go near her anymore. Their relationship ended with Ananta and Brahm reuniting, her falling in love with his brother, and rescuing Sesha. And now, Ananta was in front of him. Why are you like this? Ananta. The person that he saw in the diary and Brahm's memory was here. She loved his brother passionately, but her affection was never returned. She was an unfortunate woman who had raised Sesha like her own, but she couldn't even hug her anymore. She had been pushed to the edge of the world and was, in the end, caught by the witches. Boo investigated the souls of many witches, and he delivered the information he learned to Yin Wu. Thanks to that, Yin Wu knew the general situation of what Ananta had been through. What about the test subject? Where is BX-71? Test subject, why are you looking for that from me? Do you think anything will change just because you pretend not to know? I'm talking about the dragon human you took. The vessel that is needed to birth our mother. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, why are you laughing? You guys are crazy. Completely. What? Tell this to Viera Dune, the bitch that's referring to her daughter as a test subject and a vessel. I'll rip her apart one day. Test subject BX-71. It was what the Walpurgisnacht called Sesha. They did many experiments to bring their Great Mother to their plane, and they found Faust's knowledge in that process. They had experimented with all kinds of beings and narrowed their options down to using Sesha. And it was not just Ananta, but everyone in the glass coffins who were such test subjects. There were all kinds of beings, a normal human man, baby goblins, spirits, old people, and so on. Something in common among all of them was that they were unmoving in the purple liquid, like dolls. Sesha was BX-71. She only received the name, Sesha, after she met Ananta. You can look forward to it. I'm not nice enough to forget about this. I'll kill every one of you by ripping your legs and arms from your body. Ananta continued to resist under the horrible torture. No, she even glared at the witches in her bloodied state. Because of this, the witches felt shivers when they looked at Ananta even though she was bound up so she couldn't move. After they realized they couldn't learn anything from Ananta, they assigned her a mysterious number called PA-12 and sent her to the labs. Ananta was also a dragon human. Her identity was completely set, so it was hard to use her as a vessel, but she was great to experiment with. They even tried to sell her to the Elohim at an expensive price. This was also something he learned after squeezing information out from the witches' souls. The Walpurgisnacht had heard that the Elohim were starting to tie up loose ends and contacted them. Restoring the superior species? How useless. The Elohim's obsession with lineage was really amazing. It wasn't that it was hard to understand. Godly blood became fainter as time went on, and powers would disappear. A few power-hungry families were even taking to incest. However, even that had its limits, so they needed Ananta. They were going to use her to take their seeds and use her as a test subject when there was no use for her anymore. Even if they pretended to be better, the Elohim was no different from the Walpurgisnacht. They were all trash that had to be cleaned up. I should save her first. Yi and Wu found the source code of the magic circle with the connection through Bu, and contacted his magic power with the magic circle. One of the advantages of the Philosopher's Stone was that it could be changed to any type of magic power. When his title, Blessed by Magic Power, was added to this, the hacking process went smoothly. Jing, pong, all the pumps and pipes that led to Ananta's glass coffin fell. Purple liquid poured out to the ground, and with the sound of something unlocking, the glass coffin slowly opened. Yi and Wu quickly examined Ananta's condition. Even though all the experiments were paused, she didn't show any signs of waking up soon. Her face was pale. She's too exhausted, and her mind is being completely controlled. She needs to be treated quickly. Her mind was nearly gone, as though they had been trying to make her into a doll. Yi and Wu stopped her exhaustion with a temporary healing magic and laid Ananta down in a capsule he pulled out from Intranian. It was a healing capsule that he had prepared in case of injury. Just being inside it would heal you. The next time you open your eyes, the family you wanted to see will be there. So just hang on and wait a little longer. Yi and Wu stroked Ananta's forehead. Her rigid eyelids became less tense. Did she hear him, or was it just a coincidence? He couldn't know, but Yi and Wu thought she seemed relieved. He put her back inside Intranian. In the lab, there were many other test subjects than Ananta. But he didn't feel any life from them. They were breathing, but their souls were dead. It was right to send them away so they wouldn't be in pain anymore. Wang, Yi and Wu gathered aura at his fingertips. Just when he was about to explode it. What's this? What happened here? Why is the storage empty? All the treasures have disappeared. The treasure chest of ghouls isn't here. The weapons storage is empty too. Same with the archives. From the magic books to the emerald tablet, they're all gone. Just which rat bastard? The labs. Run to the labs. Now. The lab is in danger. He could feel the witches suddenly running around with his extrasensory perception. They had lost it from seeing the empty storage and archives. I thought there wouldn't be enough time. Bu did better than I hoped. How confused they would be. Thinking of Viera Dune's crumpled face, Yi and Wu smirked. Moss. Tear. Just then, Bu's skull popped out from his shadow. The enemies. I know. Good job. Your happiness is great honor to me. Bu bowed, his body trembling like he didn't know what to do from the compliment. Inferno sight burned with joy in his eye sockets. Yi and Wu flicked his fingers and shot the gathered aura. Snap. It was a skill he had recently learned after researching aura. Piping. Tens of snaps pierced the glass doors to land directly in the foreheads of the test subjects. Their heads swung and fell helplessly to the ground. Blood and purple liquid poured out to the cracked glass on the floor. Boo absorbed the purple liquid on the floor. Those were all materials to make the philosopher's stone too. He needed it to become stronger. He had already collected the other philosopher's stones that were in the underground prison. Viera Dune and the witches arrived in the lab after Yi and Wu and Boo completely hid themselves. How did something like this? The test subjects. What about PA-12? Find PA-12 first. PA-12 is the only one not here. Damn it, it hasn't been that long since their traces were left. The rat bastards wouldn't have been able to get far, so find them. Quickly. The witches first searched for Ananta in the messed up lab. However, they quickly started to look elsewhere as they realized Ananta wasn't here. Meanwhile, the other witches tried to calm the trembling Viera Dune down. The materials for the vessel to call forth our mother. The message that Viera Dune received from the Great Mother. It was to prepare a temporary vessel even if it wouldn't last long. She also said she would punish those who ruined her deep sleep. It was more of a prophecy than a message, and Viera Dune had thought of Ananta first. They had been planning on allying themselves with the Elohim after selling her, but the situation was too urgent. And with Ione backstabbing them so directly, this was the only way. However, all their plans would be ruined if Ananta was gone. She looked around to see if there was anything else that could work as the vessel, but all the test subjects had holes in their heads the size of a fist. It would really be the end of the Walpurgisnacht at this rate. Dune, calm down, calm down. How can I calm down? What's everyone doing? What have you been doing to let things get this far out of hand? Viera Dune slapped away the hand of the witch trying to pat her shoulder and spat out those words. Her pupil-less eyes were scarier than normal. The witches all stepped back in surprise. Their leader, who hadn't stumbled even once, was making a sharp voice for the first time. At that moment, they were able to remember what kind of person Viera Dune was. She was the most witch-like witch. She entered the clan without any background, sweeping away her competitors to become the leader. Her competitors all died mysterious deaths. Poison, assassination, disappearances, brainwashing. There was no evidence, but it was clear that Viera Dune had done it. That was why everyone, including the first witches, were scared of her. She was someone who stabbed her lover's heart without any hesitation. She was someone who could take care of people like that without blinking an eye. Furthermore, she was talented enough to receive the favor of the Great Mother. No one could touch her. It had been quiet, without much happening, but Viera Dune hadn't changed. No, her spite was greater after holding it in for so long. Twist. The hair under her hat began to spin to turn into snakes. Her signature skill, less than Medusa greater than. The snakes that ate their parents and turned people into stone wrapped around the necks of the witches. The witches turned pale. Their backs stiffened. The tens of snakes in Viera Dune's pupil-less eyes made them pause their breathing. Everyone, listen well. Before the intruders come, find PA-12, no, Ananta, that bitch. Even if everyone here dies. Quote. Do you understand? Yes, understood. Then run. Viera Dune's voice calmed down again, but the rigid atmosphere continued to close around the witches' necks. They frantically ran. If this went on, they may actually end up as Medusa's food. Viera Dune activated magic to chase after the enemy too. There were traces of the security system being hacked. She was going to find how the source code was stolen and chase after the culprit that way. As she did, she found something unexpected. The patterns of the magic power were somewhat familiar. It seemed like it was from a draconic species. No, to be exact, it was similar to her old lover's. She had definitely killed him. Viera Dune suddenly felt a hair-raising fear, and just when she turned her head to the other witches. Boom! Something exploded from the ceiling. Glimmering black fire spread out and swallowed everything in its path. It melted the witches around her, and chased after the witches that had gone out to search. From the labs, archives, to the storage rooms, from the 6th floor to the 1st floor, everything underground shook. Everything collapsed, not being able to take it. Everything that the Walpurgisnacht had worked for all that time fell in one sweep. Yi and Wu appeared through the black fire and broke the barrier that had been protecting her. You. The moment she saw the eyes in the black mask, Viera Dune's eyes widened. Even though he was wearing a wig, it was someone she held hands with, kissed, and spent nights with for over 5 years. The person who had smiled at her first thing in the morning. There was no way she wouldn't recognize him. Her dead lover was right in front of her. Pook. But Yi and Wu immediately swung Vigrid like there was no need to speak with her. Viera Dune's head flew back in the air. Before it was swept up by the black fire, her eyes were filled with shock, terror, and fear. Chapter 233 Witch Hunt 8. Team. HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. I still didn't know. Why did Viera leave me? Viera Dune was the enemy who poisoned Jungwoo and planted a knife in his heart. She had used his emotions up to the very end. Because of that, his brother had been lost for a long time after she had left. Leonte and Bahal had earned something by leaving him. They both sat in high positions within the Cheonwado and Red Dragon, respectively, and received more honor and wealth than when they were in Arthea. But Viera Dune didn't have anything to gain. She had become the leader of the Walpurgisnacht, but his brother had been fine with her leaving Arthea to go someplace else. That was how much he trusted his lover, and she knew this more than anyone else. She didn't have any reason to betray him. They hadn't had any misunderstandings, and they never fought. Right before she poisoned him and stabbed him, they had been smiling at each other. They whispered sweet nothings to each other, and promised to be together until the end. His brother had confirmed this with his draconic eyes. Just what had made her that twisted? Or had she always been putting on an act to hide who she really was? Then, were all her sweet words towards his brother fake? No one knew the truth except Viera. And Yi and Wu thought, it's not my business. Whatever the reason was, she had turned her back on his brother. He didn't have any reason to think about why the person who made his brother suffer until the very end would have done such a thing. However, as he cut the neck of his enemy, there weren't any emotions in his eyes. Chechech. Viera's separated head and body suddenly turned to smoke. As I thought, Viera Dune's signature skill, less than body transfer greater than. It was a power that she received from the one whom the witches called their Great Mother. Viera Dune had an outstanding talent for mind control and mental type magic. The Great Mother liked this, and she gave her the power to move the ego data of Viera Dune to another body. In other words, it was possible for her to switch bodies. Of course, there were limits to this, but it was still a skill that Yi and Wu was after. I have to take it no matter what. It means that I can have extra lives. Yi and Wu shouted at his shadow. Boo, I've found her location. Boo sent the coordinates through the connection. Waik. Yi and Wu spread his wings of fire apart. Probably because of the limits of the skill, the coordinates weren't too far. He threw his body in that direction with blink. Quang. The ceiling collapsed where Yi and Wu and Viera Dune had been. Huff, huff, ha. As soon as Viera Dune opened her eyes, she gasped and fell to the floor. The beads of sweat on her forehead dripped to the ground. She had only lost one of her many bodies in the castle, but it wasn't like the pain of having her neck cut went away. She could still clearly feel the sword on her throat. Those eyes. Definitely, they were eyes that shouldn't be in this world anymore. But why were they there? Why? What happened? Dune, what's the matter, Dune? Are you all right? The witches ran frantically to her because of her sudden body transfer, not knowing what was going on inside her head. This was a chimera storage room inside the fortress. They had been planning on releasing additional chimeras to fend off the intruders, but they were surprised at her sudden body transfer. It meant that the base was already in ruins because of the enemies. Dune, once they saw her shaking eyes, they realized. She was someone who was always calm, never showing her emotions. But for the first time ever, Viera Dune had flustered eyes. And she continued to say words that they couldn't understand. No way, there's no way, that guy is dead, I definitely checked. Dune. Just then, one of the first witches carefully touched her shoulders. Viera Dune's head instantly twisted towards her. Gullik flinched and took a step back. The moment she saw Viera Dune's white eyes, she got shivers down her back. It seemed like Viera was going to swallow her up any minute. But Viera Dune grabbed Gullik's collars and pulled her towards her. Her eyes were bloodshot. He's dead, right? I definitely killed him with my hands. Right. I don't know what. Say yes. Yes. Why, you're correct. After Viera Dune glared at Gullik for some time, she was able to settle down. Sorry, I was too into it. She released Gullik and swept her damp hair back. It doesn't matter who he is. I'll find that out when I take his mask off. But, the Philosopher's Stone didn't work. Definitely. Even if it was a sudden attack, she wouldn't have lost so easily like this. The Philosopher's Stone she had was the best one they had created. It was connected to her soul, so if she was in danger, it would be triggered automatically. Because of this, Viera Dune was confident that even if Alpharaon or the Summer Queen came, they wouldn't be able to break the Philosopher's Stone. However, when her head was cut off, the Philosopher's Stone hadn't worked at all, like it was a broken watch. The masked man, he's behind all this. The one who released the tablet and caused all this commotion. And it was clear that he was further along with the research of the stone, since that was how he was able to stop it from triggering. Did the other witches? Viera Dune clenched her teeth. She felt like she knew how their defense had fallen so futilely. Since the Philosopher's Stones were useless now, they couldn't fight against the large clans. I have to catch him first. Her mind became disoriented. She didn't know who he was or why he was after them. But one thing was for sure. She had to find a way to deal with him. Ananta was necessary to wake the Great Mother, but it seemed like Ananta was with the masked man right now. Whatever they did, they had to catch him. If this fact is revealed to the other large clans, she could end up waking a tiger to chase out a wolf, but this was not the time to waste such things. Viera Dune looked around at the witches in the Chimera storage room and was about to tell them to get into a defensive formation. Just then, Dune, be careful, Gulick shouted with wide eyes. Viera Dune was about to ask what the matter was, but Puik, she felt something hot behind her back, and a sharp blade pierced through her left chest. Instead of screaming, Viera Dune coughed up blood. Her lungs were boiling, she couldn't breathe, her chest felt uncomfortable. Where do you think you're going? Viera Dune stiffened her back subconsciously after hearing the voice in her ear. It was a tone like he knew where she was going. He knew about body transfer. There weren't many who knew about this even in the Walpurgisnacht. But seeing how he knew, it was definitely swipe. However, Viera Dune wasn't able to continue her thoughts. A new blade landed in her head. Just before her consciousness faded away, she saw the witches and chimeras being swept away from the aura of the Blackfire. Quang, cough. Viera Dune let out the scream that she hadn't been able to when she opened her eyes again. The pain of having your neck cut twice was just so painful. The ego data must have not settled properly yet, because her vision was still blurry. She was in a dark room. But before she could get herself together, he grabbed her neck again. A sword cut through her jugular this time. Puik. KRRK. The last thing she saw before her vision cut off was a pair of will-o'-the-wisps burning in the darkness. Quang. Viera Dune's deaths continued after that. Swipe. In a defense facility deep underground. No. Puik. When she opened her eyes in the body of a young witch on the battlefield. No. Quaquaquang. Even in the forest in the most outer sections of the endless world of night. Please. KRRR. Even when she woke up near the gate and tried to escape. Please stop. Every time Viera Dune attempted body transfer, Yian Wu was hot on her heels, cutting her neck, stabbing her heart, and crushing her head. And in the furthermost area of the Brocken castle, Viera Dune flapped around like a fish out of water after being stabbed by Vigrid. Please, please, Viera Dune panted. Her firm mind was half destroyed. Even if she came back alive, she couldn't completely escape from the shock of death. Her continued deaths, combined with the fact that someone was one step behind her, amplified her fear. On top of that, Viera Dune failed to use her mind control multiple times. Her specialty, mental-type magic, was powerful enough to push all her rivals to death. Due to an unknown reason, curse, hypnosis has failed. Due to an unknown reason, curse, mind wash, has failed. Side effects from the repeated failed skill attempts are occurring. Mind control didn't work on Yian Wu. Cold-blooded. Cold-blooded, the greatest enemy of all mental-type magic, made all her skills fail. Because of this, Viera Dune suffered from the reflex and penalties from her failed attempts. The damage to her ego data became greater, and her mind and body began to separate. Her soul had started to come apart. The indifferent leader of the witches was completely trapped in fear. But the more tired she became, the more dissatisfied Yian Wu felt. He was frowning behind his mask. Pook. Vigrid passed through her into the ground. Viera Dune wasn't able to move, like she was a butterfly that was pinned down. Stop overreacting, Yian Wu growled looking at her. Ananta suffered more than you. Even Sesha, and that guy. You shouldn't scream at this much pain if you want to pay for all of their suffering, right? There were two different choices that people would make when they were pushed to the extremes of fear. Bear it, or give everything up. She was the former. You. Who are you? She knew that she couldn't escape from Yi and Wu, so she shouted in fury. Yi and Wu couldn't understand what she was saying for a moment. Then, he rubbed his face and smirked. Oh, I had this on this whole time. It's no fun this way. He slowly took his mask off. Click, and when she saw his face, she paled. Her eyes widened. Quote exclamation mark quote. She froze and wasn't able to say anything. This was another type of fear. The fear that a dead person had come back to life. She wasn't mistaken when she saw the eyes in the mask. Yi and Wu faced Vieira with the same face as Jungwoo and spoke coldly. I hope you come back to life again and again. I'll kill you every time, Vieira. And with those words, Yi and Wu pulled out the magic bayonet around his waist and swung it at Vieira. Quack. Chapter 234 Witch Hunt 9. Team. HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. Just when the magic bayonet was about to land on Vieira Dune's neck. Clink. The magic bayonet was flicked away by an invisible barrier. A murderous aura suddenly came down from above. Yi and Wu quickly considered whether he should finish Vieira Dune off or leave. Eventually, he turned to leave Vieira behind. At the same time, he put his mask back on. Quang. As he did, something came forcefully down. The ground cracked with a shake. Oh ho, you're pretty good. You read that. Your senses have become a lot sharper than when you were on the 5 mountains, kiddo. Most rankers would have run away. The attacker stood up with a light laugh. Because the attacker was short, his robe was dragging on the ground. His face that could be seen through the robe was smiling mischievously. Yi and Wu could see the cold viciousness on his face. The plague ghost, the beast of the devil army that ripped apart everything except for his lord, was in front of him. Kindred. Yeah, it's been a while. It seems like you know who I am, since you're not surprised. Kindred flipped his robe back and chuckled. It was the first time they met after the Monkey King's palace. However, it didn't seem like it had been that long. I guess it would be weird if you didn't know, huh? Our paths overlapped so many times. Our fates must be intertwined. From the Monkey King's palace, the demons, forest, and now the Walpurgisnacht. For the last few months, wherever Kindred went, there were always traces of Yi and Wu. Were there such things as coincidences in this world? Kindred thought not. Everything in this world was controlled by the heavenly demon. So it meant that they were meeting like this because of the heavenly demon's will. Kindred greeted Yi and Wu with a happy smile. He was being genuine. So, how's Brahm? Brahm's dead. Haha, nope. Even if we aren't close, we shouldn't lie. Did you think I asked because I didn't know? Of course he must have died. But don't you think I know that he's walking around on his own 2 feet? Under the mask, Yi and Wu's eyes hardened. How did he know that? All things related to the despair of the Black King were kept secret. Almost no one in his party knew about the real secret of the despair of the Black King. But how did Kindred, no, the Devil Army know? Kindred curved his lips amusedly. There's nothing we don't know about where the heavenly demon will descend. But to be honest, we don't know about your secret. However, the heavenly demon will know, so we'll know as well. What else would this be if it isn't the grace of the heavenly demon? They were right about only being able to understand half of what Zealots said. However, Yi and Wu learned something. Like how he had watched the Devil Army from the darkness, the Devil Army was observing him as well. He was wondering why they hadn't been following him since the Monkey King's palace, but it was that they were just watching him quietly. I'll have to be more careful when I move from now. Yi and Wu clicked his tongue inwardly. What he did from now had to be done in secret. He could never let himself be caught by the Devil Army. It's a relief that they don't seem to know too much though. If they realized who he was, they would have tried to kill him already. The Devil Army was the one that took the lead to get rid of Arthea. The relationship between his brother and the head bishop was that bad. However, Kindred was showing a positive interest in him right now. It meant that he had another goal in mind. And he was right. So kiddo, as the heavenly demon has proclaimed, you need to be with us now. I've been waiting for you to come. Yi and Wu asked with his eyes widened. Is it because of Sesha? Half and half. If we have you, Brahm will follow, and the child will come too. But that's not everything. Aren't you a successor of the Monkey King? Then that means you're our brother. We'll make sure you're satisfied. He didn't know what the Monkey King and the Devil Army had to do with each other, but Yi and Wu was concerned about Sesha. It was clear as day why the Elohim were interested in her, but he didn't have a clue why the Devil Army wanted her. What are you trying to do with Sesha? I don't know either. Yi and Wu furrowed his eyebrows. What? Haha, didn't I say? Everything is according to the will of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon tells me what to do, and I just follow his orders. Does there have to be another reason? These people were definitely crazy bastards who were hard to understand. The heavenly demon needed Sesha. Most likely, it wasn't the will of the heavenly demon, but of the head bishop instead. Because it's been a while since the heavenly demon gave orders himself. This meant that to protect Sesha, he had to go against the devil army, like the Bloodland or the Elohim. This was no different. Kukakong. Just then, the fortress shook. The intruders had entered the castle doors. Kindred grabbed the back of the gasping Viera Dune's neck and extended his hand towards Yi and Wu. That's enough small talk. The annoying heretics will come, so come with me. What if I don't want to? Just then, Kindred's kind eyes narrowed. His genial atmosphere changed into a violent one. He bared his teeth, flashing his canines. You dare resist the heavenly demon's orders? How disrespectful. Do you think you have a choice? I can make choices of my own. What are you talking? Just when the growling Kindred was about to take a step forward. Kwong. The fortress shook up and down. The shock from Kindred's arrival couldn't even be compared to this. With an earthquake, the fortress started to tilt to one side. What? Everything inside the fortress fell outside in the direction that it was tilted, and cracks appeared in the ceiling and the walls. Parts of the building came crumbling down with dust. The fortress was about to topple. The fortress of the Walpurgisnacht that had been around for thousands of years. The Brocken Castle. Rumble. What are you doing? Kindred shouted in a frantic voice. For the first time after becoming the second bishop, he felt a bone-chilling fear. However, Yi and Wu just smiled behind the mask. Then, he spoke to his subordinates through the connection link. Begin. Our master wants us to begin. Brahm smiled coldly when he heard Yi and Wu's voice. Next to him, Galliard nodded and aimed his bow at a large blue crystal above in the sky. It's that, right, the center of those strange barriers. The 5 barriers around the Brocken Castle. The barriers had eventually allowed the intrusion of outsiders, but they were still in working condition. It was to protect the Brocken Fortress. The barriers were strongest in the sky. Because of this, the players couldn't attempt to move through the air. Brahm and Galliard wanted to get rid of these barriers completely. There had to be a center to create the barriers, and the Walpurgisnacht had gone to great lengths to hide this however they could. However, there was something they hadn't been able to anticipate. It was that no one could follow Yi and Wu's footsteps for control over death. The third spirit, Lawless Book. Using the 2 powers, Yi and Wu had received Bu's help with the witches' souls to find where the center was. It was hidden in the canyons around the Brocken Fortress. Yi and Wu told his subordinates, who had gone off to find the rest of his party members, to wait at each of the locations of the centers. So they could break each piece at the same time. Right now, he had found the locations of 5 centers. There was one in each of the cardinal directions, and one in the middle. Brahm and Galliard were at the eastern one. Shannon and Fant were at the west, Hanryong and Adora at the north, and Rebecca at the south. Bu had said that he was prepared to destroy the center in the middle anytime. Of course, it wasn't like something would happen right away after the barriers were gone. So, he would be able to attempt new attacks. Bu and Brahm were already prepared. There are so many. Before he broke the center, Brahm looked below himself. He could see the battles taking place in the fortress. The Sea of Time was in the east, and the mercenaries of the West Wind Union were in the west. In the north, the Devil Army and Rankers were waiting, and in the south, Elohim had just been attacked, but they were preparing their forces again. There were countless mercenary guilds and assassination guilds. They looked like starving ghosts. Although it was a stage they had set up, he felt sorry watching them enter not knowing it was hell. They were definitely wise people to have reached that level, but what had blinded them? Greed, desire. Whatever it was, there wouldn't be many to survive because of their foolishness. Kindred, that guy's face will be crumpled. It's a shame I can't see it myself. Brahm tsked as he thought of Kindred, who was probably meeting his master right now. Would he know that Yi and Wu was the one who had been waiting for him? He made a mistake thinking he was the only smart guy out there. Brahm made a note to himself to ask Yi and Wu what kind of face Kindred made. As he did, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Even though the witches' souls were investigated, Wu found the weaknesses of the barriers too quickly. Was it that easy? It's something that the witches made after thorough experiments. I heard a lot of his old memories came back. Does it have something to do with that? But he stopped there. He had something he needed to do right now. Brahm looked back at his friend. Galliard. Got it. Galliard nodded and lifted his hand from the string. Less than explosive arrow greater than. It was a skill that dark elves could receive along with Shunpo if they had the hunter title. Quack quack wong. The arrow landed deep inside the blue crystal. As it exploded, there were smaller explosions inside the crystal, and the crystal shattered to pieces. The first center was utterly destroyed. The ghost world formation faded away. Walk. Brahm pulled out a book and began to recite a spell. Less than Book of Mars greater than. It wasn't as nice as the Book of Mercury, but it was also a grimoire with his knowledge of alchemy contained inside it. Come out. Brahm activated his summoning magic. It was magic that required an astronomical price to be paid to forcefully summon an item from the outer space inside. A large magic circle was drawn in the air. The price could easily be paid. There were plenty of philosopher's stones, as the witches had planted them inside the centers to strengthen them. It was less refined compared to what Yi and Wu had, but it was enough to call items that were floating around outside. The witches probably never imagined that what they created to protect themselves would hurt them in the end. Cuckoo. The sky vibrated, and a stone that was wrapped in heat in the magic circle began to reveal itself. Brahm smiled coldly as he saw it. Meteor strike. Quang. Just then, ting, ting, titating. Everything stopped like they had been waiting for it. The demonic world formation and the underworld formation disappeared, and lastly, the calamity world formation scattered. There wasn't anything left to protect the fortress. Just then, a large stone fell right on top of the Brocken fortress. It was a disaster. Chapter 235 Witch Hunt 10. Everyone on the ground was confused. What's that? Meteor strike. Shit, why is that being used here? It was the spell with the most destructive power. Even the draconic species had to use half of the magic power in their dragon heart if they wanted to use that spell. The players that had been confidently advancing through the fortress all stopped with wide eyes. The witches, chimeras, guardians. The red dragon, the sea of time, and the Elohim, everyone. Get down. Everyone run away. These damned prostitutes. Are they trying to bring down everyone with them? A few of them thought the witches had done it. However, they couldn't fight back and immediately ran away to get away from the impact area. But the speed at which the shadow chased after them was faster. Before the barriers were completely gone, the rock landed in the middle of the fortress. Quang, quaquaqua, krrrr. The fortress was completely crushed to the point that it was unrecognizable. The rock buried itself deep into the ground, and a column of dust soared up. The heat in the atmosphere blew around with a hot breeze. Everything disappeared. The canyons split apart, and everything above them was swept away. First, the Sea of Time at the east vanished without a trace, like they were never there. The most mysterious clan disappeared first. Then, it reached the west. The West Wind Union's mercenaries were hit with the shockwave, but they also had to try to survive from the heat that was hot enough to melt them. Frozen Wall, Ice Fortress, Blizzard. The Ice King raised ice from the ground and struck his hands down. Thorns of ice shot up like the back of a porcupine and twisted around each other to create a large wall. Along with the Iron Lion, he was one of the strongest in the mercenary world, but his reputation had taken a downturn after he was defeated by the Martial King. Like he was trying to prove that he still deserved his old reputation, he poured out his magic power. The other mercenaries moved around him. The magicians that could use magic supported the Ice King with buffs, and hardened the ice wall. Quaquaquang. The rocks that came from the heatwave pounded against the wall. Small webs of cracks appeared and froze again. The players that couldn't use ice-type magic tried to block the rocks from coming in. Twice swung his weapons to change the direction of the wind, and Black Skull used strange bugs to eat away at the heat. Jang and Turn were especially efficient in using their arrows or aura to blow the pieces away. But there were still some pieces that came flying in. Crazy bastards. Block over there. Move. ACKKK. Kook. Moon Shadow didn't see the pieces of rock flying in from their blind spot. The pieces were already in front of them by the time they realized it. The leader, Crescent, was blown aside as his body exploded, and the other rocks flew at the rest of Moon Shadow. Only blood was left behind where their bodies used to be. Boom. The problem came after that. As one side fell, they didn't have enough hands to help. Before they could even fill up the empty position, the pieces continued to fly at them. The third squad of the Iron Lion Guild that Atran had purchased at an expensive price was swept away next. Other mercenaries behind them melted from the heat, leaving only a scream behind. Rankers. S-class mercenaries. None of that mattered in front of the disaster. Everyone was busy trying to protect themselves. Hell, this was hell, damn it, Atran screamed with bloodshot eyes. But even that sound was buried by the crashing rocks. The same thing was happening in other places. Ah, Red Dragon, Ione shouted with a bloodied face. Even that sound was muffled. He was furious at the black fury that fell on his subordinates' heads. He cursed the Red Dragon and the Summer Queen for this situation. From his perspective, they were the only people who would touch the Elohim like this. Yianwu would have burst out laughing if he heard. But since Ione didn't know anything, he was just angry at the Red Dragon. The biggest problem was that a new disaster came after they barely got over the last one. The people who had been trying to recover were swept away. Ione wanted to grab them, but the wards that he had planted moved and his vision spun, so there was nothing he could do but scream. Ah! The situation became even worse. A few of the Magic Tower's rankers who had been trying to save themselves were buried under the rubble and disappeared. The disaster was followed by others. Qua 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 qua. Whoosh! The air that had been pushed back was forced inside because of the change of air pressure. The storm continued to whirl. The endless world of night became chaos with explosions, heat, and clouds of dust. Yianwu was looking at this chaos from above with his wings of fire. When the meteor strike had come down, Yianwu used Blink to get away from the range of attack. It worked better than I thought. The plan to bring the large clans to the Brocken fortress, and bring meteor strike down when Kindred appeared. At first, his party said this was crazy when he brought this plan up. Most outer spaces were protected by barriers and defense magic. They didn't think it was possible for all of that to be bypassed and a meteor to be brought down through them. If it was possible, the clans would have attacked each other's outer space already. But Yianwu had judged that it was possible after discussing it with Brahm and Bu. The Walpurgisnacht had probably set their defense with the Philosopher's Stones, so he was going to use this. Of course, the condition was that he would have to bring the large clans into the fight. Only then would he be able to find Ananta and hack into the system to bring down the meteorite. It was only possible because he had knowledge that the witches would never be able to learn from the Philosopher's Stone. And the result was very successful. No place was left untouched, not the north, south, east, nor west. There were some who barely managed to survive, but they weren't in their best conditions. There was no need to talk about the center, where the meteorite had landed. The souls that I collected are pretty good quality too. Yianwu thought that Shannon and Hanryong would like the souls. Of course, there were some things that were a shame. Why isn't the Summer Queen here? He thought she would be desperate for this with the devil poison, but it seemed like her condition was worse off than he thought. Since it's the same whether she's hit by the meteorite or dies from the devil poison. Grinning, he slowly came back down. The fortress was already gone without a trace, and instead, there was only a deep crater and pieces of stones. Talk. Yianwu opened his draconic eyes wide to search for Kindred and Viera Dune's body. Viera Dune hadn't gone through body transfer yet. With the fortress gone, it seemed like all her other bodies were gone too. Just then, from the ruins, Kindred popped up with a scream. It was hard to believe he was the second bishop looking at his current condition. He had just barely managed to protect himself using 72 Bian. However, all his limbs were broken, and he was vomiting blood. But his eyes as he glowered at Yianwu weren't any less threatening. Meteor strike was one of the most destructive powers, but there were still limits to it. And Kindred was skilled enough to pull himself out from the situation. He had become injured like that because of the meteorite, but he was already recovering quickly. His eyes were burning with a fire like he wanted to rip Yianwu apart right there. The demonic energy around him took the form of a demon. Less than demonic soul greater than. Less than 72 Bian, Hyong greater than. Swoosh. Chapter 236 The Summer Queen 1. Kindred ran furiously at Yianwu. Demonic energy whirled around him like a storm. Dust clouds rose up to pelt him like a sandstorm. But, that's nice too, Yianwu smirked. He even crossed his arms with a relaxed face. Kindred felt anxious looking at Yianwu. It was the same danger he felt when he was hit with meteor strike. What, meteor strike? You didn't think I only prepared one, right? Quote exclamation mark quote. Stop it if you can. Kindred quickly looked behind him. He thought he could stop it if it came from the sky like earlier, but the summoning circle was already in front of him. Kindred's face crumpled when he saw the shadow that covered his face. It was small compared to the meteorite that destroyed the Brocken fortress, but it was still big enough to bury tens of people. Boom! Kindred punched the meteorite to shatter it. However, his body wasn't completely healed yet, so his punch wasn't as powerful as it should have been. Kindred was flicked away like a kite without its string. You're doing well. Keep trying that. Yanwu lightly flicked his finger where Kindred was. As he did, tens of magic circles opened around Kindred, and small meteorites were spewed out. Kwang, kwang, kwa kwa kwang. The price was the 4 blue crystals of the barrier's centers. He used the first 3 and the Philosopher's Stone to summon the first meteorite, but if he just summoned small meteorites, the remaining one was enough. On top of this, Boo opened a portal with the Lawless Book and Yanwu added demonism, so they didn't have to worry about the meteorites' strength. And this was all focused on a single person, so even Kindred wasn't going to be able to bear it. Krrng, kwa kwa kwa, krr. When the magic attack finally ended, Kindred was left above a burnt crater. He was kneeling on one knee, and his entire body was covered with burns and holes. His face was broken too, so he could only look up at Yanwu with his single eye. The nickname of Plague Ghost no longer fit him. Ain. You're enduring well, Kane, sorry, clack. But there's still one left. The last portal opened above Yanwu's head. Kwang. Yanwu lightly clicked his tongue, seeing a burnt Kindred collapsed on the ground. Although he wasn't in the condition to move, he was still faintly breathing. He had a tenacity for life, like a cockroach. Is this also due to the influence of the 72 Bian? If he was left alone, he would probably heal himself. It was an unbelievable recovery speed. However, Yanwu was happy that the depth of the 72 Bian was deeper than he thought. I'll find you, and kill. Yanwu stabbed Vigrid into Kindred's babbling head. His head broke easily, black dust scattered away. So it was fake. Yanwu clicked his tongue. He had stabbed him first with Vigrid to confirm, but it seemed like his suspicions were correct. It was a shadow. The corpse that was found in the Monkey King's palace was probably also a shadow. His actual body or another shadow might come to avenge himself, but Yanwu thought it wasn't going to happen for the time being. Even if it's a shadow, the attack to his mind wasn't something that he could recover from easily. The reflect didn't disappear just because a shadow died. Rather, it would have even more detrimental side effects. It would probably take a while for Kindred to get himself together. And that was enough for Yanwu. Just by stopping the interference of the Devil Army, he had done a lot. Also, the other bishops that Kindred brought had probably died as well. Yanwu passed where Kindred had been. Not too far away, he found Viera Dune half buried by the remnants of the explosion. Unlike Kindred, Viera Dune was dead. There weren't any traces of her using body transfer either. He could see her soul tied to her body through his draconic eyes. Kya, Viera Dune, having become a soul, was completely on the defensive against Yanwu. But there was nothing a soul could do to Yanwu. Tisk. Yanwu clicked his tongue, seeing her. If he knew she was going to die this futilely, he would have made her suffer more. But since she was a high ranker and the leader of a clan, he thought it would be a somewhat difficult fight. Even if the function of the Philosopher's Stone was blocked, she was the apostle of the Great Mother. But Viera Dune did not resist much. Was it because she didn't have any time to use magic from the sudden attack, or because she trusted in the stone too much? Whatever the reason, Yanwu felt it was futile. This woman shouldn't have died like that. Yanwu's eyes flashed sharply. Viera Dune had to die more painfully than the other traitors. The others just turned their backs, but Viera Dune had played with his brother's heart. And with what happened to Sesha, he could never forgive her. He could add her to his collection and make her feel horrible pain, but there were still differences between when you were dead and when you were alive. However, there was nothing he could do anymore. Thinking he should at least squeeze everything from her soul, he spread his left hand and absorbed Viera Dune's corpse with Batory's vampiric sword. Swallow. A great amount of magic power flowed into his body, probably because she had been an apostle. You absorbed life and vitality. Strength increases by 1. Dexterity increases by 2. The proficiency of Batory's vampiric sword has increased 49.8%. His body was already complete, so it didn't affect his stats too much. But there were still some unexpected gains. You have succeeded in collecting the soul. All the magic barriers set up by the soul have been released, and the artifacts are being given to the taker. You have earned the ominous Philosopher's Stone. A purple light wrapped around Yanwu's left hand. There was a stone the size of half his hand. It wasn't as big as Yi and Wu's, but it was the biggest of the Walpurgisnacht. And its rank was different, as expected of the stone belonging to the leader. Yi and Wu wondered whether he should keep it, but he just handed it over to the one it should belong to. Boo, thank you. It would be difficult to combine it with the philosopher's stone he had. Also, Boo was one of the largest contributors to this attack. He wanted to give him a present. Boo accepted the stone with trembling hands. Inferno's sight flamed up. A mixture of emotions swirled in his eye sockets. Joy, happiness, gratitude. He was ever so grateful that his owner gave him this item like it was nothing. The greatest luck he had in this new life was being able to serve Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu grinned and turned back to his left hand. The absorption was finishing up. Thankfully, the message that he wanted popped up. Batory's vampiric sword has succeeded in taking and absorbing a part of the other's skills. The skill, body transfer, has been created. It's done. He had succeeded in taking Viera Dune's signature skill. Body transfer. It was a skill that allowed him to move his ego data as long as he had another body. Yi and Wu might not have a use for it since he wouldn't be able to gain a dragon human body, but the skill's effects would differ based on the user's traits. The skill, body transfer, is a power. The owner of the power expresses displeasure at having their apostle killed. The mysterious being takes the power back. A new skill is being searched for to replace the missing skill. It is heavily influenced by the trait, demonic dragon body. It is influenced by the title, Guide of Death. It is influenced by the title, Guide of Evil Spirits. A new skill, regeneration, has been created. It worked. Yi and Wu clenched his fists. He didn't expect to use body transfer anyway, since it was the power that the Great Mother of the Witches had given them. But considering how the system was always straightforward and how it gave rewards, he knew that it would try to look for something similar to it. He was extremely satisfied with the skill he earned. Regeneration, numbering 91, proficiency, 0.0%. Summary, a skill that you earned instead of the stolen power, body transfer. When you are injured, the speed at which you heal yourself increases. With greater proficiency, you can even recover an arm that has been cut off. In some cases, fixing a broken heart is possible as well. However, there is an absolute non-negotiable condition that your brain must be alive. Charge. When your health and magic power are lower than the set amount, they can be recovered faster depending on the situation. If your health is lower than 10%, you can raise it by 50% once a day. Restore. When your body has been badly injured, it immediately returns to the state that it used to be in. The speed of recovery depends on your proficiency and amount of magic power. A numbering skill wasn't bad. However, compared to the power, body transfer, its rank was lower than it should have been. But Yi and Wu was perfectly satisfied. Since he injured himself frequently, this was basically the same thing as giving multiple lives to him. Also, there was another reason why Yi and Wu wanted regeneration. Along with Shunpo, I now have two skills to match Alpharon. Shukuchi and Thousand Li Eyes. After these two, there was a third skill that players found out to be Alpharon's third skill. Immortal Bu Si. Of course, it wasn't like he really couldn't die. You couldn't do that unless you were a god or a demon. No, even they would die. However, the immortal skill that Alpharon had was like he was actually immortal when people saw it. It was a power that could heal him even if his head and soul were crushed. A power to reappear again and again after death. Because of that power, no players weren't able to climb the wall called Alpharon. No one knew if Alpharon's, immortal, was a real skill. The name of the skill might be different. However, his brother had realized that there was a certain secret to immortal, and the materials needed for this were regeneration or body transfer. However, regeneration itself was a numbering skill, so it wasn't easy to master it or raise its rank. But if he could master it and satisfy the other condition, he could take a step closer to Alpharon, who even the Summer Queen and Martial King couldn't approach. With this, I took everything that I needed. Yi and Wu confirmed that Viera Dune's body was properly added to his collection and slowly got up. Actually, he wanted to question Viera Dune right then and there, but the fight wasn't over. He could feel living people spread throughout the territory with his extrasensory perception. They had survived through that pandemonium. A rancor was definitely a rancor. He couldn't look down on them. But thankfully, he had taken care of his biggest task, so now he would be able to move more freely. Just then, ding, ding, the sudden quest field arrest 2 has been completed. Final ranking, rank 1. 182,333 points. Rank 2. Adora 812 points. Rank 3. Fant 695 points. Rank 4. Ione 30 points. You have completed the quest with an overwhelming score. You have gained the opening of Intrinian as a reward. You have the qualification to move inside the 11th Intrinian. For the next 12 hours, you can bring out a total of 5 items that you would like. You cleared the hidden condition, killing the Eridune. As a reward, you have gained Dragon's Blood Serum. He had seen the quests, but he forgot about them while he was chasing the Eridune. He received the message that he cleared one of them. Yi and Wu's eyes instantly widened. Just what happened? Ether looked behind him with shaking eyes. The sudden explosion in the fortress caused the fight with the red dragon to be interrupted. Rumble. The canyons fell, and there was a rockfall. That was definitely where Ione and the Elohim were. What happened to them? Ether wasn't worried about them. Rather, he felt something else. Suspicion. He felt Ione and the members of the Senate were people who couldn't die or disappear. They had the power to destroy his family and restore his reputation. They were the people who were able to change his world. In Ether's world, it was unimaginable that they died. But if it was an explosion of that scale, even Ione and the Elohim were probably in danger. Ether felt like his world was crumbling. Meteor. Tom and the rest of the Red Dragon were also shocked. He didn't care if it was the Elohim or the Devil Army, or whoever it might be. But that was the path to the fortress. If the meteor had fallen a bit later, they might have received the same fate. And would they have been able to survive? He didn't know. And on one hand, he wondered just what kind of bastard would do something so foolish in an outer space. Unless it was the witches who summoned the meteorite to self-destruct, he didn't know how the meteorite would have been able to break through the barrier. It was something that even the Summer Queen with a healthy dragon heart wouldn't have dared to do. So Tom didn't know what to do. A second meteorite might fall. He didn't want to put his life in danger looking for the Philosopher's Stone. Ether and Tom just glanced at each other. Neither of them wanted to be the first to move. They were just silently standing there. Just then. Vroom, vroom, a portal opened above Tom. Familiar faces appeared. A woman with long silver hair and 8 soldiers to serve her. Tom's brothers had come with their queen mother at their side. It was the arrival of the Summer Queen. The war taken a new turn. Chapter 237 The Summer Queen 2. Team. HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. Quack. The Summer Queen lightly waved her hand at Ether and the others like they were in the way. As she did, a storm of magic power began to swirl and cut down all the players in front. They were people who had received elite educations and were renowned for their skills. They were Ether's precious subordinates who were helping him take revenge on the Elohim, but in front of the Summer Queen, they were just mayflies. It only took 1 second to get rid of them. Any more than that was a waste of time. And the same went for Ether. I have to run. The Summer Queen's eyebrow twitched seeing Ether dare to avoid her wind whip. She immediately turned her hand in the other direction. Swack, the whip smacked Ether's head. Quang, he ran away like a rat. There wasn't anything left where the wind whip had just passed by. Ether was already gone. Less than white light greater than. He had broken light and succeeded in escaping. But the Summer Queen didn't chase after Ether. She could, but she didn't feel like doing it, it was only a nuisance. She forgot about Ether and snapped her head back to Tom. Tom kneeled and slammed his head onto the ground. His forehead bled. I apologize. The Summer Queen growled with her canines flashing. Do I have to come to this lowly place myself? I never imagined this would be so difficult. Please forgive. Beginning. I'll punish you for this later. However, before this ends, you should fight with the will to die at any moment. Thank you for the chance, Mother. Tom hammered his head onto the ground over and over again. He could hear his skull cracking, but he didn't have time to feel it. If the Summer Queen was here, it meant that she was angry. The 9 dragon sons' reputation came from the amount of dragon's blood they received, and the Summer Queen could adjust this amount as much as she wanted to. She could even take back the blood that was already given. Then he wouldn't be one of her soldiers anymore. With his powers gone, he wouldn't even be in the 81 eyes. He would instantly fall from a prince to a pauper right away. The back of his head was hot. He could feel the mocking gazes of his brothers. They thought he was already out of the running in the competition. That was something Tom didn't even want to think about. He had to somehow appease her in the time that was left. However, the Summer Queen didn't even look at Tom. Her eyes were fixed on the canyons where the dust clouds were endlessly floating up. The philosopher's stone that she had been searching for would be there. No matter what, no matter what, the Summer Queen grit her teeth and activated the magic that she had been holding back. A white light surrounded her. When the light faded away, a large dragon revealed itself. She looked a lot different than in the war against the Chionwado. Her ruby-like scales were black, and her fiery eyes were dull. There were even holes in her wings, making them look tattered. A broken dragon heart and devil poison. The Summer Queen had just used the very last of her magic power. This was the last transformation and attempt, risking her life. If she failed here, only death awaited her. The Summer Queen felt even more rushed. With the devil poison already in her marrow, there wasn't anything else she could do. As the last dragon, the last descendant of the draconic species, she couldn't die in vain in a place like this. Never. Craw, the Summer Queen cried at the sky. As she spread her wings apart, all kinds of magic was activated at the same time, and her large body shook. Kwong, when she bashed her tail, she was already flying high to where the Brocken fortress was. She didn't have any magic power left anymore. She was now squeezing out power from her soul, her spiritual power, to forcefully use her magic power. Using her spiritual power was dangerous because it could separate her soul from her body, but she didn't have any time to worry about that. The powers that were buried by the devil poison woke up one by one. The powers that made up a dragon woke up in order, and dragon fear emanated from her, filling the ownerless outer space. In this moment, the endless world of night was no longer the territory of the witches but the Summer Queen's territory. The opening of Intrenian and Dragon's Blood. Yian Wu had a questioning gaze when he looked at the items that were given as rewards. He wasn't going to refuse them, but because he had connections to a few of the top 5 artisans, he didn't have any particular interest in the artifacts that the Red Dragon had. Maybe if it was a tool that gods or heroes used, but there was no way they would have put such objects in there. There were probably just A-class weapons or a few jewels. But the other reward was different. Dragon's blood. This was something that couldn't be found anywhere. Red Dragon Species Blood Serum. Category: Elixir. Rank: S+. Summary: the last dragon, the Summer Queen, Ismenios, refined her blood to make this serum. Just by drinking it, your stats will increase. This was more than a simple S+ item. Everyone knew how powerful the 9 dragon sons were. Considering how strong they became just from blood transfusions, this was a reward that people would risk their lives to get. Was she trying to make a new dragon soldier? It was possible. From the Summer Queen's perspective, this was something the Walpurgisnacht needed to be taken care of quickly. If someone got rid of them and brought the secret of the Philosopher's Stone, it was possible she wouldn't stop just by making them a dragon soldier. But the problem is that the blood serum came into my hands now. Yian Wu wondered what he should do with the blood serum. It wasn't a bad idea just to drink it then and there. However, he already had perfectly fine dragon's blood running through his veins, so it wouldn't make much difference. Also, the ancient dragon wasn't a red dragon like the Summer Queen. It wouldn't be absorbed as well. There was probably a good way to use this, but it was such a sudden reward that he couldn't think of anything. Yian Wu looked at Vigrid in his hand. Vroom, vroom. Vigrid shook when Yian Wu looked at it, as if it liked it. Vigrid had gotten rid of almost all of the curse, but Yian Wu couldn't release the last seal. It had stopped at 90%, and it wasn't progressing further from there. Holiness wouldn't help anymore. What if he borrowed the strength of the draconic species, who were equal to the gods? I'll have to look into it. Yian Wu noted to discuss this with Brahm and opened Intrenian to put the blood serum inside. Just when he was about to turn back, swoosh, he suddenly stiffened his back from a hair-raising aura. When he turned his head towards the direction of the aura, he saw a large dragon flying toward him at a beastly speed. And faster than that came an intense aura like a bunch of clouds. It was a threatening aura equal to when the meteor fell. The Summer Queen. His skin stung and his back felt cold. The dragon's blessing inside his cells trembled. They were trying to shake off the dragon fear. However, there was a clear difference between a dragon human and a full dragon, so of course, the dragon human would be reluctant about the dragon. That was another reason why he had tried to gain the demon's blessing. Yian Wu calmed himself down as much as he could and tried to distance himself as much as he could from the Summer Queen. Extreme fear controls your body due to dragon fear. You are falling into a stunned condition. Your cool-headedness is being maintained with the trait, cold-blooded. The demon's blessing is activating. The demon's blessing is activating. The stunned condition has been released. You have gained resistance to dragon fear. It would be nice if there was another meteor left. Why did she come now? Yi and Wu consecutively used blink to escape from the Summer Queen's vision. Even though she was poisoned by the devil poison, the Summer Queen was still too much. No way. He thought of why the Summer Queen had suddenly appeared. He could only think of one reason. Because Viera Dune was caught. Did she appear after checking the sudden quest was finished? Yi and Wu clenched his teeth. If that was the case, this was clearly his mistake. However, no, this could actually be an opportunity. Yi and Wu decided to accept it as an opportunity. The Summer Queen was going to die anyway. What could she do with her broken dragon heart and devil poison? On the other hand, Yi and Wu was still in great condition. He hadn't even awoken his powers of the dragon body. Bu was growing after swallowing the Philosopher's Stone, and he could call out Shannon, Hanryong, Rebecca, and Brahm as well. Everything else aside, Yi and Wu didn't know too much about his limits after the Philosopher's Stone was finished. If he used his full power, he might have a chance. Of course, this might just be wishful thinking. After all, there was nothing more dangerous than an angry beast. Also, the Summer Queen wasn't weak in her current state. She was exactly as strong as she was back in the war. I can't believe she still has that much strength. Although he pushed the dragon fear away, he still felt threatened. Despite using the cold-blooded trait, his hands and feet were asleep. Seeing her straight on like this took all the energy from him. But Yi and Wu didn't give up. He trusted himself and his analysis of the current situation. The people that he saw were alive with his extrasensory perception were all heading toward him. Also, all their enmity was directed at the Summer Queen. Summer Queen, you've made a big mistake. Hidden Quest Field Arrest 1. Summary. A while ago, the Bureau decided on disciplinary action for the Red Dragon, who attacked the Kellet auction house for personal reasons. However, there is a limit to what the Bureau can do, so help is needed. Capture or kill the Red Dragon's players within the given time. You can take a percentage of the skills or artifacts of the ones you kill. The sudden quest that the Bureau had given. Obviously, the Summer Queen was included in the Red Dragon's players that was mentioned. If they could catch the Summer Queen, how many rewards would they get? Also, the Summer Queen looked critical just at a glance. It was possible, there was no doubt this was what the survivors were thinking. But still, no one attacked. They were checking her strength first. Kwong. Just then, the Summer Queen looked around after she landed. Her furious face lashed around. She was searching for something with her vertically slit eyes. The person who completed the quest. She was searching for the person who killed Viera Dune. The Philosopher's Stone. Where is the Philosopher's Stone? She screamed in a vehement voice. Her roar rang out over the canyons, shaking the endless world of night. But of course, it wasn't like the Philosopher's Stone was suddenly going to appear, since Yi and Wu had already gotten rid of it. Give it. Her eyes were filled with lunacy as she searched for the person to unleash her wrath upon. Then, Yi and Wu was in her sight. Because she was the one to give the quest, she found who it was right away. Give it. She pawed the ground like she was going to crush Yi and Wu at any moment. Yi and Wu waited for the right timing to attack. If he was successful, he could kill the enemy who had seemed so far away with his own hands. This was a gamble with his life at stake. There was a 50-50 chance he would succeed. No, if he was frank about it, there was less than a 10% chance he would succeed. Yi and Wu went all in on this gamble with only a 10% chance of success because even that was pretty high. He felt like his chest was tightening from the pressure. But still, Yi and Wu was happy for this chance. As adrenaline pumped throughout his body, he gripped Vigrid even tighter. Just when the Summer Queen was rushing at him, he felt a hand grip his shoulder. When he looked back, Yi and Wu felt like all his tension faded away. Seesongnam, the Martial King was grinning at him. The other tribe members were behind him as well. It was a completely unexpected meeting. Why was the One-Horned tribe here? But now that they were here, Yi and Wu was sure that they could defeat the Summer Queen. The possibility of 10% increased to 90%. The Martial King patted Yi and Wu's shoulders twice, as if telling him not to worry, and put his hands in his pockets as he strutted forward. Give it. What? Give it. Lady, what are you talking about? Give it. The Summer Queen was spitting out the same words over and over again, completely taken over by madness. The Martial King smirked seeing her state and pulled his hand out in front of the Summer Queen. Is this what you're looking for? He waved his middle finger elegantly in the air. Chapter 238 The Summer Queen 3. Team. HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. Hey. Yi and-woo snorted unintentionally. He couldn't believe the Martial King had the nerve to wave his middle finger in front of a large, threatening dragon. It was so like the Martial King. It was so hard to understand him. Strength and relaxation, the arrogance of the strongest was natural for him. And on one hand, he had this thought. The Martial King was acting up, but his back seemed wide open. Nayu. Although the Summer Queen wasn't in her right mind, she wasn't stupid enough to not recognize when she was being mocked. No, she became even angrier as she saw the Martial King act so shamelessly. For a long time, the Summer Queen's greatest obstacle was Alphorone. She was passionate to see the top of the tower more than anyone, but she hadn't been able to go past the 76th floor because he was always blocking her. After establishing the Red Dragon, she spent most of that time fighting against him. And she always lost. She was second place. She wasn't able to surpass him. Her inferiority towards Alphorone became a curse that bound her soul. Just then, someone from the One-Horned tribe arrived. Nayu. When she first heard his name, all she thought was that he was a new rookie. She only knew of him because of a report from her subordinate. The One-Horned tribe, they were a superior species that was once equal to the giant species or the draconic species. But the One-Horned tribe threw away the holiness that was given to them like it was nothing. They even moved outside of the tower on their own. They said they weren't going to depend on their ancestors and that they would forge their own destiny. And in fact, even though they threw away all their duties, they were successful in building a territory of their own. That was why the Summer Queen admired the One-Horned tribe. And she always advised her subordinates not to get into fights with them. She wasn't telling them to avoid the fight or to surrender. There was nothing she could do about it if they did fight, but there was no need to go out of their way to fight them. It was a sign of respect from the Summer Queen. And the One-Horned tribe knew this well. Some time went by, and the next time the Summer Queen heard about Nayu was when he defeated her shadow. Even then, she had thought he was impressive, but that was it. He still needed 1,000 years to catch up. But after that, she heard that he defeated the Rancor, Ice King. Next, he made it up to the 30th floor in record time. From then, the rate at which she received reports about him increased. Sometimes, she heard news about him every day. The Summer Queen began to feel anxious. In the history of the tower, was there someone who had grown as fast as him? The vampiric Lord Batory, the demon hunter De Roy, and the dark philosopher Faust. They were all people who had ruled during their eras. However, they had never defeated the Summer Queen. They attempted the 76th floor, but they kneeled at the end. Batory used his drain energy, and De Roy and Faust used their demonic powers. But they all failed. They had stated from the beginning that they could defeat the Summer Queen and Alphorone, but the Summer Queen never felt threatened by them. That was how strong and powerful she was. Nobody could threaten her but Alphorone. But for the first time, she felt like she was in danger, and it was because of a newbie whom she didn't even know about. Then, Nayu became the youngest king of the One-Horned tribe, and he coincidentally met the Summer Queen in battle. "Are you that dragon thing, old lady?" "Oh, old lady. Did I say something wrong?" Dragon thing was enough to make her mad, but old lady. But Nayu didn't seem to know what he did wrong. He was just as she heard. That was when the conflict between the Summer Queen and the Martial King began. It was a tense battle. It was rough enough to make a few floors into a mess. People cheered, saying that the Martial King was the new hope to help the Summer Queen defeat Alphorone. But this was embarrassing to the Summer Queen. A newbie that hadn't even lived 100 years was equal to her. It was nonsense. But the Summer Queen's attempts to defeat the Martial King failed every time. Then, she realized that her focus was no longer directed above, to where Alphorone was, but below, at the Martial King. Her motivation for the last thousands of years had changed. So she had turned away from the competition with the Martial King and turned her focus above. But the sense of loss always bothered her. She would make him pay for this, as fitting of the draconic species. She promised herself to pay the Martial King back for the humiliation she received. She said that she would rip the Martial King apart with her teeth. And, if now, she thought this was the perfect time to do it. Far away, she could see the masked man standing behind the Martial King. It was the person who killed Viera. He had been the most successful in the quest she gave. It meant that he was closest to the Philosopher's Stone. The aura he emanated was similar to hers. Her draconic eyes told her that he was hiding something. Just then, the Summer Queen realized something. That masked man was behind all of this. And the Martial King was defending such a person. Then she had to step on him. Along with the guy behind him. Give it, Kwang, she kicked off from the ground. With dragon fear, her long body rushed at the Martial King. From far away, it looked like a great mountain was moving. Disciple, look closely at how amazing your teacher is. Just don't cry when you get beat up. That mouth of yours. The Martial King joked with Yanwu even as the fearsome aura rushed at him. He spread his arms wide apart, flashing his canines. Boom, aura collided with aura. The world shook up and down. A loud explosion that sounded like another meteor came down and spread out around them. Yanwu spread apart his wings of fire and used Blink to move to the back in case he was swept away by the magic power storm. You have to win, no matter what. While Yanwu was inwardly wishing for the Martial King's victory, things were tense between the Martial King and the Summer Queen. Seizongnam, the Martial King pushed his arms against her mouth. His arms were tiny compared to her. Craw, the Summer Queen cried out. She growled, trying to swallow the Martial King who was smaller than her mouth, but he did not budge. It was a fight of power to push their opponent down. Power clashed against power. Quack. The aura that emanated from them didn't allow anyone else to interfere. Seriously, lady, don't you diet. You're freaking heavy. The Martial King grimaced as the Summer Queen didn't move an inch. He had stepped up to save his disciple, but this was the situation he was in. What was he doing as the teacher? It was embarrassing. He had originally come this way to avenge his subordinate. After chasing the bow god, he saw his disciple and stepped in. If the guy with the suspicious mask behind him wasn't here, he wouldn't have stepped into such a noisy battlefield in the first place. Disciple. A disciple. The word has always felt unfamiliar to the Martial King. It was a word that he could never get used to. There were two fellows he could call his disciples, but they had only disappointed him. One left saying he wanted to do his own thing, and the other left saying the path of the Martial King didn't align with his own. Technically, they were failed products. So when he accepted his third disciple, the Martial King tried not to become too attached. Just by a glance, his new disciple seemed to be more stubborn than the other two, and he was probably going to leave soon. But such a guy was now depending on him. Sometimes he even looked at him with eyes of respect. Like now, respect. That word opened the Martial King's heart. If he looks at me with those bright eyes. To regain his dignity as a teacher, he clenched his teeth. He would try to shine a light on his disciple's path, even just by a little bit. Fuck, I can't just sit back. Right, the Martial King laughed with his canines flashing. The veins popped out from his muscles. Arg, just then, the tables turned slightly for the Martial King. As he took step by step forward, the Summer Queen was pushed back. Seeing the large mountain pushed back, the 9 dragon sons and the Red Dragon members who came with her had faces of shock. Mother, Your Majesty, they knew that the Martial King was strong, but they had never once imagined that he was strong enough to push their owner back. No, they didn't even think about it. It was something that couldn't happen in their minds. In the Red Dragon, the Summer Queen was their god and lord. Tom pulled himself together first. This is it. As expected of the greedy youngest son, Tom was searching for the right time. He thought this might be his last chance. No, not only was this his final chance, but it was also an opportunity for him to become the oldest. He would have to give up his position in the 9 dragon sons anyway, so he was going to turn it around by saving the Summer Queen. Boom, Tom kicked off from the ground and ran into the fight between the Summer Queen and the Martial King. Their aura was enough to rip the atmosphere apart, but he didn't care about such things. The other 9 dragon sons realized what Tom was thinking and followed. That bastard, especially the oldest of the 9 dragon sons, Bai Shi Tian, means using one's strength to the fullest waltz, ground her teeth. As the first apostle of the Summer Queen, Tom's attempt to take her position only seemed underhanded. Quack. With Tom at the front, the other 9 dragon sons used their signature skills as well. Fancy effects split the sky. Their strength was proved by the fact that they could catch their balance and attempt attacks in the midst of this fight. And behind them, the other 81 eyes joined in. Troy and the other high rankers attacked. Their goal was the Martial King. They didn't like fighting together, but they had to help the Summer Queen. However, who dares to bother our king? A sharp voice rang from the sky, and red lightning came down on the 9 dragon sons and the 81 eyes. Krrng. The 9 dragon sons and 81 eyes paused the use of their skill and tried to move back to escape. They realized that they wouldn't survive if they were hit with that blood-red lightning. And they were right. A giant crater dug into the ground where the lightning landed. It was like the meteor strike had appeared again. However, the lightning didn't end there. Thousands of sparks connected on the ground, and everything around them turned blood red. Fizz. When they regained their sight, the faces of the 9 dragon sons and the 81 eyes stiffened. Talk. An old man with one horn landed where the lightning had been. He seemed like a scholar, but the vibrant red sparks around him made them shiver. Fizz. Pop. The blood red philosopher, the ruler of the tower along with the devil army's Black Dawn. But with the appearance of the martial king, he had stepped back to become the head elder. Of course even the 9 dragon sons would be on their guards. I didn't know people still recognized an oldie like me. I'm honored. Actually, it was weird not to know him if you were a high ranker. Even if he retired, he was once as powerful as the martial king. Since there was another monster like the martial king, the red dragon became nervous. I guess you'll understand then. Even though he acts like a thug, he's our king. If you bother him anymore. Less than lightning control greater than. It was the heirloom of the Cheongram family, and also the power that symbolized Fant. However, as the head elder, he had recreated the lightning control to create something that was as destructive as the 8 extreme fists. It was called less than blood mine greater than. The blood-red lightning thundered like it was going to swallow them up any second. You'll die. Quack quack wong. The lightning around the head elder sparked around him again. Everything in his surroundings was swept away. Krrrrrr. The 9 dragon sons and the 81 eyes couldn't muster the courage to face blood mine head-on and fell back. Although they were the executives of the Red Dragon, the tower's rulers, they were weaklings in front of a dominating power. But there was one person who didn't leave. It was a woman with black hair all the way down to her feet. Baihe Waltz turned her body and reached out for the blood mine falling from the sky. As a magic power storm whirled around her, dragon scales grew on her skin up to her eyes. The wings and tail on her back showed the birth of a new dragon human after Heaven Wing Cha Jungwoo's death. Kwang, quakwakwa. Waltz struck the blood mine in her hand in the ground and ripped it with her hands. The broken lightning dug into the ground. Dust clouds floated up, and a burnt smell spread all around them. She hadn't used her full power, but she was powerful enough to rip apart the head elder's power. It was unknown to the public, but as the oldest of the 9 dragon sons, she had surpassed the limits of a dragon human, and she had already awakened up to step 5 of the authorities. Except for the Summer Queen, there was no one who could defeat her. Did you just say we would die? Revealing her violent aura, she growled with a dragon fear that didn't fall short of the Summer Queen's. I'll return those words to you. I'll teach you what it means to resist the Red Dragon. She spread her dragon wings apart and rushed towards the head elder in a single leap. The head elder exploded the blood mine that he gathered in his hands. Less than ultimate blood mine power greater than. Blood red lighting poured down on her. Krrng, krrng, krrrrrr. And with that as the start. Sweat kkkk. Quakwak cover Waltz. We have to save the Summer Queen. The 81 eyes gathered again and ran. In front of them, the warriors and elders of the One-Horn tribe clashed with them. We'll be able to have some fun, hey? It was a battle between the Red Dragon and the One-Horn tribe that was on a completely different scale than the war with the Cheonwado.